We are the indigenous Biafrans. In case you never know, we are the chosen generation. In case you never know, we hid into the call of our past heroes. Monsters are killing us, precious silent, but we know that this is for everybody know. They know you know, and we know. They don't want us to be free, cause we got it all. God of this deceiving, and we go. Every inch and every mile they think we never go. Cause we need our freedom. We want our freedom. We want our freedom. We demand our freedom. Let's go. Jano, where the Babylon turn. No matter what I want, can't stop the motion, cause it is revolution. From the beginning of time, suffering and tribulation, yeah. Marginalization and lies, they never wanna see us survive. The government, they always steal and kill. We wanna blow the candlelight of generations young. I see the paper, I believe in letter. Yeah, don't shine no more. No place like home. No place like home. No turning back. No going back. No turning back. We take our home. Freedom. We want our freedom. We want our freedom. We taking our freedom from the heaven. I know you know. But they will let them know. But they will let them know. Cause it's evolution. It's all we want, all we need. I'm not the president of the it's better for us to bias. We are the indigenous Biafrans. In case you never know, we are the chosen generation. In case you never know, we hid into the call of our past heroes. Monsters are killing us, precious silent, but we know that this is for everybody know. They know you know, and we know. They don't want us to be free, cause we got it all. God of this deceiving, and we go. Every inch and every mile they think we never go. Cause we need our freedom. We want our freedom. We want our freedom. We demand our freedom. Everybody wants us. Jano, where the Babylon turn. Hope now. Of time, suffering and tribulation, yeah. Marginalization and lies, they never wanna see us survive. The government, they always steal and kill. We wanna blow the candlelight of generations young. I see the paper, I believe in letter. Yeah, the sunshine up on. No place like home. No place like home. Yeah. turn in party, we take our own back. Freedom, we want our freedom. We want our freedom. We taking our freedom from the USA. I know you know. What the hell I did now? This is evolution. What the hell I did now? This is the girl. I said this is the girl. Cause this is evolution. I said this is evolution. I said full like that. This is all we want. It's all we need. I'm not the rest of the world. It's better for us to buy a suit than for us to live a life.
asị m na ọ ga-anata n'udo asị m na ọ ga-abata sirili welele asị m na unu ga-aga kpọnatara anyị Nnamdi Kanu asị m unu ga-akpọnatara anyị Nnamdi Kanu ga kpọnatara anyị Nnamdi Kanu ga tụnye ugo ga nye ya mmeri ga nye ya mmeri ga nye ya mmeri tụnye ugo n'elu ugo nye ike n'elu ike nye ndụ n'elu ndụ ọkwanụ ndụ ka o ji efu na-efufe unu nye Nnamdi Kanu ndụ onwe ike wee kwụrụ jinjin onwe ike wee kwụrụ wee fu na ofufe asị na ya kara ka anaghị eri nwa ngwụrọ ihe mere ha ji jide Nnamdi Kanu bụ ka nwee ike wee megide ndị Igbo ka nwee ike megide ụmụ Biafra ka nwee ike wee kwuchi anyị ọnụ ka ha nwee ike wee kachi anyị ọnụ ka anyị ghara ikwu okwu ọzọ mana ama m na dododo Chukwu okike abịa ma ndị nwa na ndị nwe mmiri ndị nwe ikuku ndị nwe anyanwụ mmụọ nna nna anyị ochie mmụọ niile nwụrụ anwụ ka anyị dị ndụ mmụọ niile ọ kwafọrọ ọbara ha n'ike maka ihi Biafra asị m unu binyenu asị m unu dododo na ọkwa na unu bụ ihe nwe ike a ọkwa na unu ga-eji ọgụ mmụọ ọkwa na unu ga-aga buori ahịa ọkwa na unu ga-aga napụta ya maka ihe ọ tinyere unu n'aka anaghị ele ule asị m dododo igiriga ọgụ mmụọ eze nwaanyị niile nọ n'ala Igbo mmụọ niile nọ n'ala Igbo asị m unu binye maka na onwe onye nọ n'ụwa na-anaghị aṅụ mmiri onwe onye nọ n'ụwa na-anaghị eri nnu nnu bụ ihe ụtọ si na mmiri wee pụta onye ọbụla na-eri ihe na-eri ihe dị na mmiri onye na-asa arụ ji mmiri asa arụ onye ọbụla na-eme ihe ọbụla ọ na-eme ji mmiri eme ya asị m ihe ọbụla mmadụ na-eme n'ụwa mmiri ọ na-ebubu ụzọ asị m onye ọbụla kpọrọ mmiri asị na mmiri a ga-agbagbu ya asị m onye ọbụla fụrụ mmiri n'anya ga-afụ Nnamdi Kanu n'anya onye ọbụla fụrụ mmiri n'anya ga-afụ Nnamdi Kanu n'anya onye ọbụla mmiri na-awụsa n'arụ ga-afụ Nnamdi Kanu n'anya onye ọbụla mmiri na-emesa n'arụ ga-afụ Nnamdi Kanu n'anya onye na-aṅụ mmiri na-eri nnu asị m na ọnụ anyị ji wee rie nnu wee ṅụọ mmiri na ị ga-eji akwa okwu ọma n'isi Nnamdi Kanu n'aha Chukwu okike abịa
Ise. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, great Biafrans and lovers of freedom. This is Radio Biafra Hausa service coming to you through the auspices of Radio Biafra London. My name is Mazi Jonathan Chinedu from Olu province of Biafra land, and today is the 27th day of December 2022. I hereby welcome each and every one of you to welcome your friends and well-wishers, because this is where we preach the gospel of liberation. This is where we preach the gospel of emancipation. Let me repeat, we are not here for entertainment. We don't entertain you here, never. If you are expecting us to be entertaining you via Radio Biafra London, you better off your listening devices, please. Here we give ourselves the bitter pills of truth. The bitter pills that many people don't want to accept. You understand? And they want you to continue joking, playing our lives away. That is why you see politicians today in Nigeria, all that they promote is musicians, entertainers of different kinds, celebrities, people that will only make people to have temporal liberation, just few minutes liberation from their realities. It's not what we do here, please. If you are looking for where to be entertained, please look at other places, and your life remains the same. As worst, as bad, you don't have electricity in this 21st century. We continue reminding it to you, reminding for you that you don't, in Nigeria, you don't have ordinary electricity. You don't have. Every time you are, going to entertainments, music, where they call you, politicians are making campaigns with musicians. Oh, vote for this. This is what they want you to. This is what they want you to have. Temporary respite to forget your problems. But here we push you to think, to reason, because reasoning, our brain is what distinguishes us from other animals. Brain. Oboroishi. That is it. Therefore, we will continue preaching this gospel. It doesn't matter who it pains. That is never our problem. If Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is looking at people's faces, we wouldn't be where we are today. He insulted all of us, including himself, into awakening. Do you understand? And we must continue. We must continue telling ourselves the truth in our faces without fear or favor. Therefore, once again, I welcome each and every one of you, those that are ready to be enlightened, to take the pills of enlightenment. It's bitter, but that is what heals. That is what the Europeans took. And they become developed. They started thinking. Before, they were languishing in illusions. Before, during the medieval period, the Europeans were, lying to themselves with belief system. Oh, believe you go to heaven. Oh, you that is poor in this world, blessed is the poor, for the kingdom of God is yours. Why? All these are things that they put into you in order to make you to be sleeping. Here we wake you up. If you want, if you care, you'll be woken up. And you start reasoning, because that is the reason why, the only reason why the Europeans left us behind in development is the brain, because they are wicked. Do you understand? Before, do you know that they were waiting for miracles? The Europeans were hoping for one day maybe Angel Gabriel will come down from heaven to build the skyscrapers for them, develop their lives, and the miracle will happen and their life will turn around. The same way you are believing today. That is why you are dying. Every day you are going to church. Every day you are going to mosque to pray for miracles, until they started understanding themselves. The awakening. Enlightenment campaign started, and people start, in order to make them reason in another way around, that look, this way we are going, it will never solve our problems as human beings until we solve our problems by ourselves. And when they became fully awake, do you know what? They chased away, they killed most of those kings and queens that were using, sleeping tablets of comedy, of hope, promising hope to them all the time, fake hope. They slaughtered all of them. They fought bitter wars on revolutions, on everything, and they cleaned their land, cleansed themselves, so that enlightenment, awakening will suffice. I had somebody give a call on one platform. Very sad to say. I'm telling you, the way some of our people reason. One of our brothers in the platform, he challenged, say, what good is this religion to us? He brought a call. They said, no, you know what? At least our people, you see the hard things, the very bad situation, people are poverty, all. This religion makes us to at least to have hope, to continue living. Because from Europe, I'm telling you honestly, he's talking from Europe. I start shuddering. See, if our people can still be gullible like this, after living in developed advanced countries, they are still thinking like this, we have a long way to go. They prefer, temporary respite, giving false hope. Oh, don't worry, I say now, through long came no. And the people will continue believing fake hope. Fake hope. They tie you on hope. Don't worry, don't do anything. Don't remember where you are going. One day it will go better. It go better. Don't worry. God is in heaven. He will take care of everything. Just continue. So that you cannot come out to take what belongs to you. You want to say no, you want to disobey God. The rulers are God's, they are selected by God. It's a common saying in Nigeria. All your politicians, it is God that put me here. You see a governor, a president saying it in Nigeria. It's God that put me here. And you see monkeys, they are there watching and accepting all this rubbish. But today they are campaigning. Vote for me, with what do you call it? Voters card, PVC. But when they now go into office, they say it's God that put me here. Do you see how primitive in thinking people are in Nigeria? No person will challenge the person. Say, okay, so now God put him there. Now he's doing everything to serve God, not to human being. Now, why then do people have to go to take PVC? Sometimes, the mentality of Nigerians. I say people are still far behind in thinking. And that is why there is no electricity in Nigeria. That is why people are dying needlessly in Nigeria, because people are morons in reasoning. No difference between the way they reason and primitive animals. I'm telling you, God put you here. Can you imagine after Biden won election, he called people after the first statement, he said, I thank God, it's God that put me here. That day he will run out of office direct. People will show him that it is not God that put you, it is we human beings that put you there. So you need to represent our interests, not the interests of God. But in Nigeria everything goes. And you want us to continue saying it, in order to give people false hope. Make people, hoping on one good thing coming from heaven, New Jerusalem and new heaven and new earth. I cannot describe you. You are aware of reasoning. Here we don't tolerate all this. We say it as it is. That is how and why Radio Biafra is instituted, for the defense of freedom. You know what it means to be free? When you are in the shackles of a chain, for you to fight to break your chain, do you think it's something to cut the iron? It's something violent. You will need the iron to cut it. You will need something more higher, a steel to cut the iron. It is not something gentleman business. No. That is why we do it here, in order to touch your brain, your thinking faculty, so that you start thinking in the right way. Today I'm going to an interview which we held on. I emphasized on it earlier on during Mazi program. An interview we held with one of our veterans, Mazi Christopher Nnamdi, who is our living hero, also a living hero. And we invite other veterans, please, to be making contacts, to speak out, because you people are our living libraries. You people are. We need to tap from your experiences. You understand? You are our living heroes. We are defeated in the war doesn't mean that life is lost. That is one thing that our people believe, that once you are defeated, it's done. No. Japan was defeated in a war. Germany was defeated in a war they caused. They scattered and destroyed Europe. Germany. But where are they today? They are back to their feet. Do you understand? We are defeated in a war of attrition. But we are not conquered. They wanted to completely conquer us right from 1970 till death. But Chukwu Okeabiama rose up a savior, in the name of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in order to come and tell us the reality so that we become liberated and never to be conquered. And as long as we are here alive, we are doing what we are doing, no more. Fulani, they are late. I say they are late, no more. They are late. Therefore, I will play that. But before I go to that, because today there will be no opening lines, please, I will play it is about 2.5 hours interview. I will play it complete so that you learn also from the experience of one of our Biafra heroes, living heroes, a veteran. You learn from it. And I urge others to be coming up in order to tell us their experiences. History will remember you, please, positively. But before I go there, please, I want to read this IPOB press release of 26th December 2022. I will read it. I will talk on 2 news headlines now. I will start playing the interview, please. IPOB press release of 26th December 2022. The caption is: American government should not allow herself to be deceived by Nigeria government and its compromised security. It's IPOB. The attention of the global movement and family of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, under the command and leadership of our great leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, has been drawn to the laughable, disgraceful comment from the impostor who claimed to be Buhari at the just concluded USA African Summit, where he said that Fulani terrorist actions are because of climate change. He claimed to be a retired Major General, the position he used in deceiving the international community, especially the Americans, as a man who understands security issues. You know, the impostor has been right from onset defending his people. Oh, the problem, blame it on climate change. The impostor, he has been taking the line of who he is representing as Buhari, late Buhari, in order to continue to deceive the world. Now you ask, oh no, don't blame those that are macheting and killing. Don't blame the Fulani terrorists they call bandits. They need some heads. It's climate change. Blame it on climate change. Do you see how lies? How this world is a world of lies? Let me tell you. Let me say this. For people that take religion as the ultimate, the impostor, normally he should be a Muslim, and normally good Muslims don't lie. Do you understand that? But why is he lying? He knows that he's lying. Why? Because he has to protect the interests of his people, the Janjaweed he is representing, not Nigeria. So when it comes to governance, protection of interests, religion is relegated to the background. People should understand this. Our people that are religiously fanatical and using it in a negative way against our interests, you should learn from our enemies. You understand? Do you remember the first time in 2015 Buhari met Donald Trump? He told him about how the Fulanis, they are carrying arms instead of stick, how they are macheting, killing Christians. Donald Trump talked about it, how killing of Christians should stop, or they will do it for Nigeria. Buhari said no, he defended the Fulani direct. Something an Igbo, it doesn't matter. No Igbo politician can ever do this. All the care is in Nigeria, defending Nigeria at the detriment of us, the Igbos. You see here, you see this thing here, saying this thing they put as a norm Why forming Nigeria? Right from Azikiwe to use us as sacrificial lambs all time. We will break it completely. We will break it. If it's an Igbo person, Igbo president, Igbo Nigerian president, that was confronted, for example, he say, no, don't worry, I will deal with them. Don't worry. Don't worry, I see it is a problem, but don't worry, I will deal with them. I'm an Igbo man like them, but I will deal with them. That is what he will answer. And before you know, he will, order every fleet, both land, sea, and air, in order to come and invade. But do you see how they are defending their own? Do you see that? Do you see that? Notwithstanding the concrete evidence that has been emanating every blessed day about the atrocities of the Fulani headsmen, Fulani terrorists, which they christened now bandits. They baptized them into bandits. They are Fulani terrorists. Every day it became a norm in Nigeria. Fulani killings. It's a normal thing. I used to say it, and I said it in the afternoon, that the indigenous people in Nigeria are the most hopeless and stupid, foolish set of people on earth. Do you understand? And it's true. All these things are going on, no challenging. Everybody say, yes. You understand? They will defend their own, the Fulani. Little Fulani. But they are committing atrocities everywhere against the indigenous people in the whole of Nigeria. People that are not up to 2% of Nigeria population. All that indigenous people know how to do is to eat their own flesh. When it comes to dealing with their own people, now like Igbo people, you will see them, they become a lion, double lion. It's very, very sad indeed. You see this behavior. We have to break it. We have to break it. Now, climate change. What do you do against climate change? Is it climate change that brought people to go and be slaughtering Fulani headsmen, to be slaughtering indigenous farmers? What type of climate change? Look at Lake Chad Basin. Lake Chad has been losing its volume for many years. The Fulani never take, they use it as a weapon. It's good for them because for them, their brain, they don't think. Yeah, it's not made to think for advancement. No, they don't know that you can be planting trees, forests near Lake Chad, and before you know, it will attract more rainfall and Lake Chad will be revitalized. They don't know that, but they are using it for political purpose. No, blame it on climate change. A harmful killings. No, blame it on climate change. On the massacre. Oh no, it is climate change. The Southern Kaduna slaughtering of people that are going on till now as I'm talking to. No, it is climate change. It is not the fault of the Fulani. It is climate change. Very, very sad. Only if the indigenous people in that zoo called Nigeria will rise up. Only if they can rise up. All that matters to them is, or for them, is what they can get as chickens that are meant for slaughter. You see, go to poultry and you see thousands of chickens there making noise, thinking that they are living normal lives because they are eating. They give them food, they will eat and shit and drink water there, and that's it. Eat, moving around. For them, they are free, but they don't know that they are there because of their flesh. They are being bred because of their flesh. That is what the indigenous people in that zoo called Nigeria are, until IPOB come to wake everybody up. They give you political posts. They promise you this for you to deliver your people. You yourself, you are waiting. You are just a chicken. People are just there waiting. Oh, we are eating. Now is campaign fever. electioneering fever. People are there waiting. If they can give you a cup of rice, no problem, because you are simply a chicken without bread. We go to the solution, permanent solution, not temporal respite, temporal solution. No. Let me continue reading. It's on record that the Fulani mass movement in the south, particularly southeast, is for land grabbing, not because of climate change. Of course, it is an ethnic conquest agenda that the tribal and religious warlord Ottoman Danfodio started long ago and failed. How can the impostor president claim that the Fulani murderous militia that invades communities with arms and ammunition, killing and sacking communities, is because of climate change? In Nigeria, there are over 323 large, medium and small dams in operation, but about 85% of these large dams are located in the Sudano-Sahelian region of northern Nigeria, with 33% of the dam providing irrigation for agricultural purposes and for animal husbandry in the north. Still today, northern Nigeria has the largest farming population and the highest food suppliers. Therefore, the mass murderers called Fulani herdsmen, who are terrorists and their sponsors, can't use climate change as an excuse to invade southern villages and massacre innocent people. Of course, yes. American governments assembled African countries in desperation to save a failed nation called Nigeria. American government provided a platform for Buhari to demonize southern Nigeria, especially the eastern region, who have been victims of a genocide sponsored by his government. To date, Fulani terrorists have murdered hundreds and thousands of people, and none of them is on trial for the genocide, because it is an ethnic cleansing agenda sponsored by the Fulani controlled government of Nigeria. It's obvious that some organizations such as International Democratic Institute and International Republican Institute have been bought over to provide cover for Buhari to misinform the international community, especially the American government. We cautioned the two American institutes in our previous press releases to desist from allowing themselves to be used by Fulani against IPOB, ESN and all Indibo. The world must know that Buhari is lying and deceiving them. There is nothing like climate change caused immigration or farmers and herders clash. There is nothing like herders and farmers clash arising from climate change. It is a lie from the pit of hell. What is happening in Nigeria is ethnic cleansing agenda, which former President Obasanjo referred to as Fulanization agenda, taking place through Nigeria, but especially in the southeast and southwest. Fulani-led government of Nigeria has armed terrorists and jihadists from the Sahel to invade the rainforests of southern Nigeria to forcefully take over the indigenous people's land. The Fulani elites have not hidden their agenda. It is on record that some Fulani groups have said that Nigeria's land mass and resources belongs to Fulani, and they will take it by force. This Fulani-led government, using led Buhari's face, has been releasing arrested Fulani terrorists and recruiting them into Nigeria security agencies to provide cover for the armed jihadists. None of the Fulani headsmen involved in massacring many in communities have been arrested or put on trial. Biafrans have decided not to allow Fulani to grab any inch of our land. IPOB won't allow them to take over our ancestral land, either by crooks, force, or deceit. IPOB remains peaceful and focused on our quest for restoring Biafra sovereignty. Therefore, America, as a beacon of freedom and democracy, and your organizations should not allow themselves to become tools for another Biafra genocide. All we request is a referendum date for Biafrans to decide whether to continue as Nigerians or have an independent state of Biafra, not war against Nigeria. Let everyone who is remotely interested in Nigeria, bear in mind that IPOB will never stop this quest, irrespective of gang-ups, blackmails, persecutions, and forceful abductions, until we are given the opportunity to self-determine our future through a United Nations supervised referendum. Comrade Emma Powerful, Media and Publicity Secretary for IPOB. The same Emma Powerful. The man, people, all the government agents, Nigeria government agents are trying to forcefully, tarnish. It's our IPOB Media and Publicity Secretary. That's it. Therefore, we must continue. Now, you see what I tell you that the Fulani, they are working as a war group. When aircraft carrier, American aircraft carrier is moving, it's not moving alone. They are going, many things are moving with it, both invisible and visible. Submarines, all are moving together. It's a war group. That is how Fulani move. They are using the government, using their armed wing, using their terrorist headsmen, using anything. All of them, they are working. They are working. You understand me? Before I touched about it, the people that are the type of Fulani you are seeing in Nigeria, they are the Toronkawa. They call them the Toronkawa Fulani, the Torobe. Torodbe, Torodbe, Torodbe Fulani. Do you understand? It is the clan. It is a clan in Fulani. The most fanatical, the worst set of these are the people that converted. They are Fulani, but they are the people that converted their own all Fulanis into Islam. They behead you as a Fulani man. If you don't convert to Islam, they just cut off your neck. No, they didn't come with pity. And the fear of these people, Fufude, the real Fufude, Torodbe, the Toronkawa Fulani, or Torodbe, their fear is immense. These are the people that are in Nigeria. The type of people are in Nigeria. Their remnants are everywhere in West Africa anyway. These are the people that they continue fighting. They are the people that lives in the bush. We have the sedimentary Fulani today in places, every city in Africa. They have continued taking modern life. I'm telling you. But this Torobe, they never give up. Do you understand me? What I'm telling you is for you to understand what we are facing. Ahmad Bello is from that type of tribe, from that clan. They are all Fulani, but they have clans in them. The Torobe. Do you understand me? These are people that claim that they came from the lineage of Prophet Muhammad through maternally, because they say a family member of Muhammad married a Fulani woman. As of that time, they call Bajumabu. Is the name of the woman through which they say the Torobe clan. Not all Fulani, the Torobe clan originated. That is why they seem that they are fierce. They don't accept it. Kill is what is their own. Ahmad Bello is one of them. That is why, irrespective of anything, he came out and told the British, said no, unless boldly, if we are not in charge of Nigeria, we will not be part of Nigeria. They don't care. And they become appeased by sacrificing us, the Igbos. Azikiwe appeased them, agreed to appease them. Now we don't want problem. Okay, if we are the problem, no problem. Take us as sacrificial lambs. And that is what we are suffering today. But that thing, that cause, we are reversing it, breaking it. That is what IPOB is doing. It's a very tedious work. That is why our leader is still in jail, in the DSS dungeon. You understand? It is not an easy thing to break loose from slave masters' chains. It's not an easy thing, but it is not something impossible. That is what we are doing. So for you to understand, because this particular clan of Fulani you are seeing, Sheikh Gumi, all of them there, these are the Torobe, the worst clan in Fulani. For your information, the worst clan. All that matters to them is to kill, and they don't care. They say they will continue fighting. The jihadism started by Ottoman Danfodio. For you are sleeping in Nigeria thinking that everything is okay. For them, they have been in a war till today. They are not giving up. That is why Sheikh Gumi, he said, don't vote for politicians who will attack, kill bandits. He said, these bandits, they are our warriors in forest. Islamic cleric Gumi tells Northerners. Now, the question reasonable people should ask is, whose warriors? Is it Nigeria warriors? You that is shouting Nigeria, one Nigeria. But these people, they have killers. He says it's their warriors. Now ask warrior for Nigeria or for who? I said the indigenous people in Nigeria, even sometimes I believe that the Westerners saw the indigenous people in Nigeria as the most stupid. So they say, allow these people that are fierce, this Fulani, allow them to level all of them, so that in the next 100 years it will become a Fulani area only, because they are the dominant species. The world supports the dominant species. The world, let me tell you, have no space for weakling. Do you understand? For you as a human being to come out from your mother's womb to survive, other millions of single cell sperms died. This world we are in, it does not support weaklings. No. There is something our people should understand, and they misunderstand. They think that by begging, by crying and shouting and begging for help, that is where you get help. One day things will turn around, the people will hear your voice. It is lie. You have to rise up and stand up and fight for what you believe, fight for what belongs to you. Otherwise, the world will even allow the dominant species to march on you as a piage for them to continue. You die, you are just -1 or minus a space. Do you understand me? And finish. The land continues staying, and do you know how many groups of tribes or nations are now extinct? The Taino tribe of Central America. Do you know that they are extinct? You understand? That is the world. The world continues. Nothing will happen and the world will come to stand still. It is impossible. It is for us to continue being strong, not to be weak, shouting. Look at when people that say they are demonstrating or protesting against the killing in is it Enugu or Hemuf, I think. They are singing I don't know that music, but that is the wordings. People that are protesting against people that are sad, they are begging. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu brought us from far. The far, and many of our people are still far. We are, as Mazi Alonso used to say, our people are unintelligent. We are not intelligent politically. We are not smart at all politically. We don't. When it comes to political, when you hear about politics, not PDP or APC, collective living, collectivity. We are the most hopeless. I'm telling you. People that are protesting, that are sad, they are begging. Ya metokwagi no biyo. Amamo Jesus can pray. Kawo governor, kawo asorok. Ya metokwo no bi. How is the mighty fallen? I used to say. Where our ancestors that defended our land for 31 good years, they are always wriggling in their tombs, saying, are these our children? Are these the people that we brought up in this world? No. How is the mighty fallen? Ya meto kwa gị n'obi. We are begging. They are begging. Virtually begging. Very, very sad indeed. Where they should be singing Nsobu Nsobu Enyimba, Nsobu Nsobu Enyimba. Ya na-azụ, ya meto kwa gị n'obi o, ka imere anyị ọgọ, mere anyị ebere. And the Fulani, they are watching you laughing. How is the mighty fallen? How is the mighty fallen? But we are here. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu instituted this in order to start picking up the remnants, our remnants. And that is what we continue doing. Sheikh Gumi is talking with impunity. He says, do not vote for politicians who will attack or kill bandits because they are our warriors in the forest. Channels Television will not go and ask him, Oga Sheikh, Oga Gumi, the warriors with me is your warriors. Is it Fulani warriors or Nigerian warriors? Those that are macheting and killing people, those that are ransacking villages. Let me read one of the things, one of the atrocities, including Ahamufu killing. December 27, 2022. Residents flee villages as bandits gang rape. These are Fulani terrorists. The one being supported by Sheikh Gumi. You gang rape pregnant woman to death in Niger State. These are the terrorists that are being protected openly, solicited by one Sheikh Gumi in Nigeria openly. Journalists will not go and ask him questions. No person will tell you he's an untouchable. It's untouchable. It's untouchable. Let me read a bit. For failure to, I said this earlier, a few hours ago during Mazi Alozi's program. But let me reiterate, because it seems our people, all within 15 minutes they forget what they hear or what they had. And they started, we are confused. Yeah, Mazi, wow, we are confused. You see the person saying he is confused. I'm not here. He's a rhesus monkey. Direct. For failure to meet up deadline for the payment of the 2 million naira levy imposed on some villages in Shiroro local government area of Niger State by bandits before harvesting their farm produce, residents of the communities have fled their residence just as a pregnant woman was gang raped to death while fleeing the area. Now let me ask, gang raping, is it solicited by Islam? Of course, more about religion. When we say that religion is just a social club in order to get followers, to get members, nothing more. Everything they are telling you about hope going to heaven, that is rubbish. It's a fairy tale. Let me tell you, it's a fairy tale. I'm saying it without you. It's a fairy tale. I say the Europeans have been in this rubbish for many years until their eyes were opened. When you see any religious country, they are always backwards. When I mean religious country, people that practice foreign religion, they indulge it and they become fanatical about it, not their own value. I'm telling you, look at them, just look at them. Look at Afghanistan now. Afghanistan, they are not Arabs, so but they carry Islam for head. Saudi Arabia, that is practicing that origin of Islam in Saudi Arabia and other Arab countries, they are living well. But look at Afghanistan, this it. Look at Nigeria. If Christianity is somebody can slaughter you because of if you talk against Pope or Anglican Church or his faith as a Christian. The same thing in Islam. Look at, do they have electricity? They don't have electricity. When you believe reduces your way of your thinking capability. You don't know that? It is scientifically proven. Once you always believe is just like Namumu. You don't know, now you believe. That is the thing. Human being, we are programmed, created to know, to think, to reason, to research and to know, not to believe. Belief is old system. When the way when babies, 2 years, 3 years, once he start talking, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, he believe that his father is the most powerful person on earth. Because anything that happens to him outside, I will tell my father. He think that his father will just come and beat up even the president, because that is the level of his or her understanding, belief. That is what he believes. Until he start grow, the more he grow, the more he start understanding the reality of the world. That is it. That is how human beings are. At the medieval period, when human beings have not matured brain wise, everything is belief. If they see rainbow, they say, oh, chuku rainbow. But science found out what is the cause of rainbow, and you can produce rainbow in the laboratory. But that time, because of the level of maturity people are during the medieval period, they believe that sign. They will interpret it because of belief, because they don't know. Do you understand me? But today, science tells you what is the cause of rainbow, and you can produce it in the laboratory. You know, through water crystals, you produce it, pass light, the right light, and rainbow will be shining. So that when somebody see rainbow and say, "Oh, it's God," you say, "Hey." As a scientist, look at what happened. It's not God that say, "Please." It's occurrence, like, because this thing have happened like this thing crystallizes, and that is why they form them. You say, but the time human beings have not reached to this extent of understanding, everything is belief. If they see volcano, they worship the Assange, the God is talking. But science now understood what happened on the ground. Do you understand? So it's explanation. Knowledge is power. But in Nigeria, people are still belief. Now, you know, after there will be one nice place built with Californium, with zirconium, with different types of blue diamond and red diamond, and you are suffering. Don't worry, continue suffering. It is God's will. Continue suffering. Just don't sin, don't lie, don't. And now people are believing. People are believing. Belief is the absence of knowledge. You don't believe what you know. You know what you know. What you don't know, if you want, you believe it. You understand? Somebody that have not traveled, for example, you have not been there in let's say you have not been there in Greenland, in Copenhagen, in Denmark, in the Arctic Circle. He will believe that this and that, anything that he believe that if you go there, look. But somebody that has been there, that traveled everywhere, will tell you no, it is not mountainous, it is like this, it is like that, it is like this, because he know. do you see the difference? So all these Fulani terrorists that are being protected openly by Sheikh Gumi and all of them, this is what they do. They levy taxes for people in different parts of the northern Nigeria. There are taxes for villagers to pay while cultivating. Before you go to your farm, you pay tax. And this is what the impostor is talking about as a climate change. It's climate change that is making the Fulani terrorists in order to impose taxes on people before going to farm. That is climate change. They impose taxes on this village in Shiroro local government of Niger State. Now there is 2 million to harvest their crops. For them to harvest their crops is 2 million naira they pay. That, you know, and the terrorists, Nigeria government is there, the military are there. All they concentrate on is in the south, mostly in the southeast, in Biafra land. Mostly in Biafra land. Every inch is police and military, but they don't go after these bandits because their politicians are protecting them. Do you see the difference? Do you see why the white people respect them? They protect their own. Politics is local. When you come to save Nigeria as a whole, you're relegating your own people. Britain look at you as a monkey. Do you understand? Britain look at you as a monkey. Look at Atiku. Can you I don't know how Nigerian build Atiku. Deborah was stoned to death in this modern age some months back, stoned for blasphemy, so-called blasphemy. Atiku tweeted that no, it is not good. That immediately his own people, the Fulani, started blasting him. He raised that tweet immediately. And people, journalists they were asking him, why you clean that now? He started telling them how Mongo Park discovered River Niger instead of answering their question. No, you know what? Ask them who brought Boko Haram his political movement. He start talking rubbish instead of going to the question. This is the person that will enter office and become your president. Nigerian indigenous people, you are the most stupid. I say we, not all. I say not you, all. We are the most stupid, the hopeless set of human beings on earth. The difference now is IPOB, Radio Biafra London. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu brought the difference. That is why we are enlightened now. Talking the way we are talking. That's it. Okay, let me continue reading. Her children were also unlucky as they were macheted into the bush along with several other villagers abducted by the bandits. When you hear bandits, by the Fulani terrorists. These are the people being protected openly, being called warriors by Sheikh Gumi. And heaven didn't fall. No person is going after him. Do you understand? Nobody is going after him. Nobody. Nigerians are like mumu watching, doing their normal business as if nothing is happening. The Nigerian journalists, all that matters to them is, ESN, say, now what? ESN, is IPOB, is no security, Southeast. But this man said that, these Fulani terrorists that are gang raping pregnant women, macheting human beings, children to death, that they are their warriors. What did Nigerians say? Nothing. What did they do? Nothing, and nothing. Highest thing, people will talk now on social media. This man, chief terrorists, chief bandits. Now Nigeria we there. Nothing anyway. Oh boy, make I go drink beer. Now wow, Nigeria self. Nothing you no go here for Nigeria. Here no Nigeria. That one go. People don't know that we are happily heading into perdition. But thank God for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Okay. All steps taken by the villagers to raise the amount failed and therefore resorted to fleeing their ancestral homes to avoid being attacked by the bandits. Do you see what? They gave these people ultimatum to pay. That the ultimatum expired the last Thursday. So as the villager, they could not raise 2 million to go, and before they can go start harvesting in their field by these Fulani terrorists being supported by Gumi and all of them. Tomorrow they will come and we the Northerners, we are the North, and you see those indigenous Northerners, they will not come to counter these people. That is why when they kill them, sometimes I don't even pity them, honestly, because they are moronic, they are stupid, they are moronic. They are killing them. But when it comes to politics, they'll come and say, we are all the Northern, we are the North, we Northerners. Look at what Southeast Biafrans are doing us. We are going to, stop taking trucks, taking goods to the east. And you see those people that are being killed every day by the Fulani, they will succumb. Instead of them to raising another group like them, the indigenous people of the North, call it indigenous people of the North, because Fulani, they are not indigenous. Say, we are not with this, what these people are saying, because they are killing us. If all these statements are made, in Katsina, in Bauchi, in all the whole northern areas. The indigenous people rise up. Who are the Fulani? Who are they? But they will not do it. They will not. The hatred of Onyamiri is their problem, and is what will destroy all of them. Every indigenous people. The hatred of Igbos is their weak point. You remember when they were shouting, when they gave how many billions of naira to Niger Republic by Asorok? Cars, everything, billions of naira worth of cars and other things. Now you see Nigerians running their mouths on social media. We are dying there here of hunger, and they are giving Niger Republic. The Minister of Information, Niger Minister of Information, came out and said, "Hey, yes, we merit it. When we are killing Biafrans, what do we do? We are the people that led to the killing of Biafra. We led you. You are cowards. We are massacring Biafrans." So as well, Nigerians had it. This as long as they call Biafra, please, he have touched them in their weak points. And everybody, okay, sorry. If you want, let Asuro give you even other billions, no problem. Let them double it, no problem. As long as Biafran, I say the hatred of Biafrans is sinking Nigeria. It's a weak point. I continue saying it. These are the people that are being supported openly by Sheikh Gumi. He's there, he's not even running. Remember, he's a personal assistant who was arrested for terrorism, under terrorism, going to Mecca on transit in Masraya, that is Egypt. Was arrested on terrorism charges and deported back to Nigeria. It is the Nigerian government that demanded his deportation. Let me tell you, because it will be an embarrassment for him to be jailed in Egypt under terrorism charges. It will be an embarrassment for the Nigerian government. So they used all their diplomacy in order to they assured the Egyptian government that, look, we are going to investigate and jail this man, because Egypt provided witnesses. You give them proofs, which Nigerian government, the Nigerian intelligence service knew about that Mamo. They knew it. So, but Nigeria said, okay, we are going to jail him, don't worry, bring him back. So they intercepted the man at the airport, Abuja airport, in order to showcase to Egypt that we are people of our words. And when they put him in jail for some days or maybe 1 month, remember what they discovered in his houses. They didn't even talk everything. They discovered many things, bombs, every type of thing in his house. Both teachings, Wahhabist teachings that is fanatical. They don't mention it. Now, but a few weeks ago, what did they say? They said no, the DSS removed every charges against that man, and they released the man. You see how they move? Do you see how they move? And the Nigerian indigenous population, they are there watching like moron. All that matters to them is entertainment. Night of thousand laugh. These people, they sabi do pranko. They are moving like chickens in a cage. Any day the owner wants, they come and take one and cut off the head and do pepper soup that day. That is the way indigenous people are in Nigeria. They don't care. But we are awoken. Okay. The deceased pregnant woman and mother of three was not, however, lucky, as she and her 3 children ran into the ambush and were led into the bush with her children. Gang raped her by 7 of the bandits and abandoned. After frantic search by the villagers, her body was found in the bush with bruises on her private part and other parts of her body, and rushed to the hospital, where she eventually gave up the ghost on Friday night. They killed, exterminated a family. mother and her 3 children. These are the people being openly supported by Sheikh Gumi, and Nigerians are not making noise. This kind of statement supposed to bring out revolution everywhere. Even in the north, people that are being slaughtered in Benue, in Niger State, in Katsina, in the Hausas and other indigenous people in the north should rise up. But no, lo and behold, monkeys, what would they do? You rise up, they say, you want to remember, unbelievers are watching you. Onyamini is watching you. They will laugh at you. They will cool down and be dying silently. Orangutan, monkeys. That is how they reason. Okay. After a successful farming period, the bandits continue to move from village to village to levy farmers of huge sums of money as a condition to allow them access to their farms to harvest their farm produce. Where is the Nigerian government? Where is the Nigerian police? Where is the Nigerian military that only flexes their muscles in Biafra land? Where are the Nigerian journalists that should take up this type of news, this type of issue, and explain it as it is? Tell Nigerians the truth, but they will not, because all of them are criminals. When you watch them, the newscasting, you think that they are human beings. They are simply lesser animals. I'm telling you, because they are programmed. They don't go above what they are programmed to talk. That is the reality. They follow on the rampage. They slaughtered and continue slaughtering our people in Enugu. But they are being protected openly. They are moving. You see how these Fulani terrorists move around? You see how they move around? In hundreds of bikes, if not thousands. Each bike will contain 2 or 3 heavily armed. Imagine where 1,000 bikes or 500 bikes, motorcycles are moving. Imagine the sound. But Nigerian military, they don't see them. To Kanu jet, they don't see them. No, they don't see them. They will go hundreds of kilometers in order to commit their crimes, their atrocities. They are not seen. But it is Biafrans. Once you make call and talk about IPOB, you see them start tracking you. And you think that we continue in this mess? You think like that? Be nice, obedient chickens, citizens, so that we'll be slaughtered at will and continue living like this. All that matters to our politicians is to grab power at the expense. Look at what is happening in Imo State. Look at the shame happening in our land everywhere. All that matters to them, for them, is to power, to be a governor, to be just Kaneri. That is very selfish bad mantra. If Biafra comes, there are some statements, if they hear it from your mouth, you go to jail. And this one will be one of them. I'm telling you honestly, this one will be one of them. And this all these things, if Biafra comes, personally we shall be pushing for people to be sent to jail if they hear this as a proverb, as a statement in your mouth, in somebody's mouth. You go to jail. They arrest you and you go to jail. Because these are the things that put us, they use this mantra, they put it into our brain, it becomes, we start walking like that. If the mouth that never, is better for the mouth that is eating to continue eating. Instead of those that never start eating, instead let them stop, let them not even eat. Which kind of extreme selfishness is this? We must learn and we must continue. We must continue. Now, before I go to playing the the interview clip, which was recorded on the 22nd day of December, about 5 days ago, by Adam, Mary, and Heather, and me, and I. So, before I go, remember tomorrow being Thursday, 28th, Obochiorie, tomorrow is Obochiorie. Mazi Chinasa will be here with me on an interactive broadcast. highly educative. Please, you should never miss this broadcast tomorrow. Tomorrow being the 28th of December 2022 by 7:30 p.m. BT as usual. If you have any question also, you can bring it out. Therefore, I will now leave the platform by playing the interview of one of our veterans, Mazi Nnamdi, please. Therefore, listen and learn. There one. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, Biafrans and lovers of freedom. Today is the 22nd day of December 2022. Today is Thursday, being Nkwo Day or Nkwo. So what we are doing today, we are doing something different from our normal program, and that is interviewing, classical interview of one of our revered life or living heroes, a veteran of the war. I am here with Wada Marian V. Hader, who will also go through the questions to our dear veteran. Therefore, please, I want you to sit down and listen and learn from our history. I will bring in Mazi. Please, Mazi, our revered veteran, welcome to the program, sir, and please go direct to introducing yourself, if you may, sir. Thank you. Over to you, Mazi.
Thank you, Mazi Jonathan. I am so happy. Could I call it happy? I appreciate the fact that you call me revered. I've never had an opportunity to be called revered in my life, and I appreciate that. My name is Nnamdi. I have Nnamdi baptism with Christopher. When you hear Tabu people, and it's pretty hard for someone to have a son and call him Tabu. And but that is what I am known. The name I grew up. People in my village, my father, my mother, elderly people in my village called me Tabu, because my last name originates from a very my great grandfather, the father of my grandmother, and she, when I was born, she asked that I be called Tabu, and that was her father. They said I reincarnated her father, so she reminded I be called Tabu. So Tabu is my proud name. Everyone that knew me from high school, secondary school, elementary school, everything I have done, except that Christopher was never actually my name in Nigeria. Though that was my baptismal name, I answered Christopher here in the United States. And that is the name I see myself now, Chris Nnamdi. Alright. I was born in a village called Ohambele Ndoki, now presently in Abia State. Ohambele Ndoki in Okwa. And I attended Iheme Memorial Grammar School. And I only did class 1, class 2 there, and then I transferred to Ndoki Grammar School. where I completed my West African School Certificate exam. And there at the end of 1966, a year before the Civil War, we were the last West WAEC graduates. So I found myself in a country at war called Biafra. And as a matter of fact, in Biafra, I begged to be enlisted in the army as an army officer. I did everything I could to get into the military. People were begging to join that army when General Ojukwu declared that war. For almost 3 months, 4 months, no, they wouldn't want to admit me to School of Infantry.
Sorry, sir. When General Ojukwu declared the Biafra.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. After General Ojukwu declared Biafra, it was every youth want to join the military, wanted to join the military. There was no conscription. They were just voluntarily joining. And the biggest of the joining was those of us who had a West African School certificate, which formed about probably 90% of Biafran army. So if you had a West African School cert, you'll be so proud to be an army officer. If we had to pay money to do so, we would. In my own case, I had to pass through a setup which General Ojukwu set up. One Dr. Adiele, a psychologist. We had that process. We had to go through him to process to give us a paper that we're mature enough to be an army officer in my own area, the Aba province area. And no, this time I think I ran to Umuahia. It was Umuahia province. And he didn't clear me. I was too small. Even when I am now 5'11", I don't know whether I was 5'11" then. And I was rejected. And so I also wouldn't want to join the Biafran army. When those who were in some class 3, some class 4, as long as you are eloquent, you can speak this grammar well, which our people were noted for. And no one will ask you your certificate because you can't carry certificate about when you run away. Many people are relocated. All they look at you, listen to you, how you speak, how big you are. You went to School of Infantry. So many people lied about their qualifications, and they went to School of Infantry, and I didn't. So that was a concern of mine. How to go as a recruit. And you know, Igbo people, we are such proud people, and you can't see those who were below you in school, and some of them have become a second lieutenant or went to School of Infantry, and you are under them. No, we didn't like it that much, but it's okay. So in my own situation, I was able to navigate to see if I could find where a unit I actually went to work. I'm sorry. I went to work at provincial office Umuahia under Dr. Ike, who was he was what do you call the head of who runs the University of Nsukka, and so the vice chancellor Umuahia. Yes, he hired me, and so I worked in his office while other people were, while the war was going on. From there, I was able to find out where to go. I got information that there is a unit they call BOF, Biafra Organization of Freedom Fighters, and they have 4 areas. There are just a brigade of Biafran army that was called BOF. And so the area in Aba area was located at Umolumbe, and that Umolumbe, from my investigation, was being commanded by J.K. Taribo. J.K. Taribo, we call Taribo. Taribo, he was from Ohambele. I found out, so I was so lucky that I was going to join Area 4 Biafra Buff, commanded by a man from my own village, my real village. So I went there. It was good for me. I enjoyed it. But they didn't look at me as somebody different than anybody else. But all I know is that I found out that Biafra, the Buff, is entirely a different unit of the military. Buff is an unarmed combat unit. We're a sabotage unit. We trained longer in the military than any Biafran soldier, not even in school of infantry. We were taught so many things, so that what we were taught was what will sustain Biafra in case.
I want to draw, please, quickly. Sorry to interrupt, but you mentioned that you were a sabotage group. What can you explain and expatiate that? Because people might hear that word you used, and they may think that you were sabotaging against Biafra. Can you please give us a little bit highlight what you mean by that?
When Biafra is training a sabotage group, it is a warfare that will sabotage our enemy, not Biafra. Now, when you hear sabotage has several dimensions. So we would go and deal with Nigeria, make Biafra unlivable by our enemy in case we lost the war. That was the intention. You would not operate as a buff when you are in Biafra. Ojukwu set up buff. No, he had so much good vision. He thought about winning, and he also thought about losing. In case if we lost Biafran war, there was a whole brigade formed into 4 units called BOF, Biafra Organization of Freedom Fighters, who will continue underground fighting, unarmed fighting, sabotage Nigeria. Now that's where that word sabotage any effort for Nigeria to ever have a rest in Biafra. Ojukwu planned that.
Which means a kind of commando division, commando.
We were trained to operate anything. You can get us commando. No, we were not commando, but we could be called commando because whatever a soldier uses, we were army. We can also be we do underground operations. So I will not know how to define the commando, from the layman's language. I definitely, what you're calling commando in many different army mean different things. If you come to the United States, some people think that the Marine is a commando. Well, because they have amphibious, they can fight on the water, underwater, in every way. So you can also have the other people you call that could be commando also. I've forgotten, can't remember their name now. So Buff was not a commando. Biafra also.
You mean the American SEAL?
What you said?
The SEAL?
Yes, the SEAL. Thank you. So when you use the thank you, ma'am. Yes, the SEAL was what I was thinking about. That also could be a commando. This was called. I should not ever touch this. Are you there? Okay, thank you. Hello?
Yes, Mazi, go on, sir. Go on.
So the SEAL, you got the right name. The SEAL in United States those because take up things ordinary soldiers couldn't do. The Marine could be commando, but they are not called commando. So what I was telling you about regarding, I hope I don't lose my connection, my thinking. The buff, and I haven't had people talk about. I haven't had people about it since the war ended. As a matter of fact, I had you interviewing someone of a member of the HOD, and I heard him make a mention that someone was talking, suggesting that we would have to raise unarmed combatants, which I heard. I said, well, we saw before. So I never had people talk about BOF, as a matter of fact. That was the unit where I was trained. So, while in BOF, at a certain time, you know one thing about during the war, someone like me never remembered dates. I didn't know when after 1967, after I joined the military, I don't remember what year. I don't remember 1968. I didn't remember 1969. To be honest with you, every day was like, I never checked out what days of the week. So, till the war ended, I looked like I felt like the year has not ended in 1 year. I'm telling you, we never mentioned Christmas, we never mentioned Easter, we never mentioned anything. It was just funny to know. So, in the buff, at one time, after I've been in the buff for about 4 months or 5, you can imagine during a civil war of that nature, people still had a luxury to train to up to 4 or 5 months. And so, suddenly, we were converted. There was a depletion of soldiers too, either by desertion, either by being sick, either by having been killed. We know that the Biafran army started depleting, and that forced the general commander, the head of state, to convert BOF. Suddenly a big truck came and they carried us from my unit, and we were heading to a place in Umuahia called Umuahia Locha. And again, fortunately again, Umuahia Locha, a Methodist primary school, was where I started school. And again, luckily again, Umuahia Locha is where my mother was born, was married to Nnamdi, where I come from. So if I wanted to walk away, for just me only, if I wanted to disappear at the time they took us from, or if I was scared to join the military, to fight, to do whatever they were taking us to, I had the luxury to walk away from there and just walk straight to my mother's house. It wasn't even more than 500 yards away. So I was delighted to join my buddies to wherever they were taking us to. And then at Umuahia, my God, it was an ocean of troops. They were coming from different units. Area 1, probably in Oka area or somewhere. Area 2, I don't know where they come from. Area 3, and my own area 4. We formed the BOF brigade. So the BOF was disbanded from that very day, and we were converted into infantry. And so in my own case, when the truck moved us, after we were given to where we were going, we were assigned uniforms. I had good uniform, and my own truck took us to 12. Still, the place was still under 12 division. It's called 12 Bs, Biafran Army. And I was taken to Ikopekbane. That was the first time I I knew about the Kotekbeni. And my battalion was 46 battalion. And my battalion happened to be the battalion of Major Bassi, I think that's his name. Major Bassi, who fought and died along that 46 battalion. They called him in Nigeria, in Biafra, they called him SOI, Son of the Invisible. And we were told that this guy will fight standing up. He was, it's from Calabar, it's from either Akwa Ibom or, I know the people that answer Basi, Akwa Ibom or Cross River State. He was just like, we have all those big names, Onwatu and all those names. He falls under that category. So I'm proud to say that I fought in 46 Battalion. And so I was deployed. And the building actually, we made an officer's housing was Nnamdi. Nnamdi was administrator of Kanu province. So these are unique names to know.
Sorry, before you continue, let me ask you this. Even during your training in both Biafra Organization of Freedom Fighter. Yes. Now, do you meet other non-Igbo Biafrans? Is there any difference or kind of a way to notify or to differ, segregate or anything that can make you say, oh, this person is from a job or this? Do you meet people of non-Igbo clans, as you mentioned, Basi? And is there any type of differences or discrimination among you people? Please, you highlight on it.
Okay, good question. Not in my camp at Umulumbe, but I have friends. The 24th Battalion of Biafran Army, I wasn't too far away from my unit at headquarters at Ndolumbe. Is the 24th Battalion. 24th Battalion Biafran Army was the medical unit of Biafran Army. And in that very medical unit, I had friends, and many of them are from Bonny. And I would be proud to mention Jasper Jumbo. Jasper Jumbo is a big guy. He's a very rich man there, in River State today. He's from Bonny. And it's not only him. Many Bonny people, Opobo people, remember when Nigeria was shelling from that area. Even the Amanyanaba of Opobo ran as a refugee and came to my village, Alhambele, because Alhambele, I will mention later, is the beginning of it's a land from Alhambele you can enter the sea. That was where the traders, people from Aruchuku, people from Bende, people from Olo, people from those, and these are slave traders. The village called Alhambele is the waterway into those areas. So I ran into, so when the war began, these people were rushing to Alhambele, rushing to Ndoki area, and so much of Opobo, much of Bonny, I know were with us. So in that 24 battalion was my friend. I call him my brother also, Jasper Jumbo. We were teenagers. I lived at 269 Ehi Road, and he lived at 271 Ehi Road. That was how we became brothers. So we wake up in the morning, he wakes up, and we take off and roam about township. So what I'm saying is, Jasper Jumbo was an officer in 24 Battalion. Do you know what saved us most of the time? In the Buff Battalion where I was, my Buff company battalion I was, it was just a jumbo. He would he will always, he's one guy that is a mystery guy. I cannot run down my friend and describe him online like this. I know he may not like to be mentioned, that he's not afraid of mentioning or anybody. So he would come to treat us. There was a time lights, Eagle, issue everybody, including the commander, Taribo. We were besieged by lice. It was just a jumbo that would come in there. Oye Bonnie, he will come there and give us the powder and treat us. Within 2 hours, all the lights were gone. And I also had other friends, Boma, Gogo, and so many other people. So then another time I go from the rivers, the Target, and all those areas that were other than that, I did not see anyone from Delta State. No, I didn't. But if there was any, I probably wasn't. There was no way of telling, because we are all Igbos and we were all speaking Igbo, and so myself, I particularly did not detect anyone that wasn't one of us, that Igbo. So probably I would think it's 100% Igbo. And don't forget also that Ndoki people, the beginning of water entering the ocean, we called ourselves Mbembamini. They were all called Apete, Obuoya, Ohandele, Ubuku, Umabai, Afam, Obete, Azumi. These are all Ndoki, where the beginning, where the land enters the ocean. So I will name Ndoki. So we answer because of trade. You will see so many people answering Otobo Bonnie name. If you listen when I called my commander area commander was Taribo. Taribo is not Igbo name. Taribo is a Bonnie name. But he is an Ohambele man. So we did intermarry. We traded through Ohambele and bought navigated to Togo and all those Igbenga to buy goods. So we are so proud to answer those riverine names. You will see someone answering Kanu, my younger brother, the same room with me. His name was Tom Nibie. We're so proud to be named the names of the riverine. So if we go to Port Harcourt after the Civil War, you find that most people from my area, they all went to Port Harcourt and miscegenated as rivers people. For instance, I give you an example. Adolphus Waber, we have the same grandparent, Adolphus Waber, who was the senator. The Senate President, that's why I mentioned his name particularly, that's important. He answered, when the Civil War started, we were sleeping and eating on 260 men area. He took the Mexican school the same year I took it. And his father lived in Lagos. And he didn't want to stay in Biafra. And he wanted to go back to Lagos because they were all born in Lagos. But his other brothers didn't. So I walked him to Aba Motor Park, and he entered the bus that took him to Lagos. Why do I mention his name? His name, and when Obasanjo gave all those Yoruba boys during the war scholarship. Anyone that wanted to travel overseas, Yoruba people, Obasanjo did that for them. And himself, being a Yoruba by birth in Lagos, and he speaks Yoruba more than Hambele. So his name was Nwabara. But today, you hear them being called Wabara. And so you can be confused when you see all these Wabaras. They are all Nwabara people. And so he had a scholarship by Wabara. As a matter of fact, if he hears my name and what I'm saying now, that's good enough for him to hear it. I don't care. And he got a scholarship during that war. But the time he went to that Lagos and he got with the Yoruba people, he was given scholarship as a rivers man. And he went to study at Russia, and they came back. He's a senator, and you all knew how he left Senate as a Senate president. That's news for another day. So what I'm trying to say is how these names and how what I saw and how we became. I didn't see so much of any other people. I don't know if I call it tribe. Yes, that are not Igbos. That's a long answer to one short question you asked me. I did not see there were no other tribes that joined off at the time. Maybe other units. I can only tell you. I don't like to generalize. I can only tell you things that happened in my own unit, and that is how I can control my telling the truth and falsehood.
Yes, I know. Mazi, one of the reasons also, that time there was nothing like states. We had, I think, immediately after Biafra was declared, or before Biafra was declared, there is some, before it was Eastern region, and thereafter Gowon brought this East Central states, and what do you call the other one? So there is nothing like, when you talk about data, nothing like data of that time. So everybody see themselves as the same. That is the way I can pick up.
Okay, I'm sorry to cut you.
Go on.
There was something called something else. We in Biafra knew the people in Delta at that time. These are Midwest, and we told them, we declared them as Republic of Benin. So I'm sure you must have had, just like you had Bosch, you also had ROB. I'm sure that word must have gone into your head or somewhere, some recognition. ROB, Republic of Benin, we recognize them as different people. They are republic. So we did not actually annex the people from Asaba and all those Ichekiris and so on. They all come from Republic of Benin. There was something called ROB, and we recognize it. Before, when it fell, I may not be very accurate. I remember that Banjo, when they went to Kitupupa commanded, and then all those names Banjo, when they that area was called ROD. I have a cousin who also was a major. He went to ROB. They went to fight in ROB because ROB became liberated by Nigerian army. So it wasn't all. Don't forget, there was something called Midwestern Nigeria, and they were all Igbos there too. So don't forget that. So anyway, I hope I'm not digressing. So while I was at Ikore, I commanded the Central Island Axis. It's called Intonsec. I remember that. I've never been to Intonsec ever again after the war. And I would love to. It's not even too far away from where Ahambele is. But I remember vividly that I was the commander. I was a second lieutenant. And by the way, I don't want to skip this. I was a second lieutenant. I was field commissioned. I did not attend the School of Infantry. So all the protocol and all those fancy things you get when you are enrolled in the university, there is a difference between that, because there are so many things you learn that those who didn't go to, who read online and have the same degree, you have different experience. All the things you did, the fun things, the debates you had, the parties, good things. So there's always a differentiation. So I was a field commissioned officer, and so I was given a platoon. I was a platoon commander. I was not a company commander. I was not a battalion commander. And so the central axis, that Tonsek Bridge is divided by a river called, it's on central axis, divided by Tonsek River. And that Tonsek River, the side of it was the Biafran side, the other side was the Nigerian side. And actually, we were looking at each other. The war came to a stalemate, a standstill on Tonsek River. Because the building was just, empty. There was nothing going on. Life was normal, but not with scanty. We only saw those who came to tap and wine, and in some cases we hold them, they give us some drink, and we drank, and that was all the life I lived in Tonsek. And so we were not actually, we were firing all the time. Hausa would shoot, and we used the sound of machine guns. You can use the sound of M16 to identify how many troops on the other side. So they know we have. This is not a place where they say Biafra didn't have weapons or where our armory was scanty. No. We were ready to engage them, and they were ready to engage us, and they are not ready to fight, and we weren't ready to fight them either. So because we're defensive. And so sometimes there was a time I will tell you this. A soldier cannot tell you how many times he missed death. With a very, very important date I remember. I was an OP, observation post, that's what you call OP. So I was looking down the other side, and I saw the troops. They see us, they saw me too. But on this very, and we were not shooting each other, but sometimes we engage in real rapid fire, and the whole thing would be everywhere, and then we stop, and we're calm. So in this very particular date, and I will never forget, I was standing behind, of course you have to stand behind something, a tree, and behind my M60 heavy machine gun, and while I was looking, there was a little tree or leaf that covered me, and something happened to me. It's like a mosquito or whatever bit me inside my boot, and I bent down to scratch it. Do you know exactly that place I put my head? Their own OP had been timing me, and that very moment I bent down, the bullet came and cut off that thing that was protecting me. It could have been right on my forehead. And so I just smiled. And myself, I call everything that happens to me occurrence. So it never bothered me. I don't think it would bother a soldier, but I would have been dead that day. So at the same time, while I was there, nothing was going on. I caught malaria, bad one. So the treatment wasn't good. So I went what they call sick leave. And where did I remember? Was to go back to Umulumbe, if I can go back that unit, because it wasn't closed down, and see if I could go back there and look for treatment. And I was loud, I went on the pass, and I took my boy with me, what you call Amadi. I hope Amadi can hear my voice now. He was my batsman, and we walked at night to no compasses. I don't know how I traced myself. I cannot tell you. I found myself in Umulumbe. That was important. And when I got there, I saw Mr. Taribo, Chief Taribo, and I told him. And when you are in the military, if you don't want to go back to your military, as long as you go back to another unit, and that unit can sign you up if you want to, and then notify the other, so they will not declare you a war. And I asked Dr. Taribo, if he could reassign me, because I trained in the box. What we call reassign means they will send you behind enemy lines. And what do we do in BOF at that time? when the war had not ended and we haven't lost the war. So we were doing something very important for Biafra too that time. So we were trained to go behind enemy lines and spy on Nigerian forces. We knew how to even we have our boys that were working in the 12th brigade. I mean in behind enemy line, working for Nigerian soldiers. Nigerian soldiers would not know them, and they work for them. So we gather information. There is nothing happening behind us in Nigerian army that we didn't know, because the area where we were was facing very close, just about area, and about to Azumiri, that area. We knew that it was 12 brigade that commanded the army in Ndoki area in Azumiri. We knew that they were at Azumiri. We knew they were headquartered there. We knew everything. So we also learned how to communicate with, how to mix with their soldiers without us being killed or harmed.
You mean as a Biafran soldier behind the enemy lines, you can also mix with Nigerian soldiers and they will not know that you're a Biafran soldier. Is that what you mean?
Yes, that's how we were trained in both. Because we were not wearing boots. You can look at when we were training, we did nothing we did will reveal our structure as a civilian. Because if you're a regular soldier, infantry soldier, your boots will reveal when they look at your heels and stuff. So we lived civilian life, but we were well trained in almost every facet of warfare. And so we could hold up. We learned what to eat. We learned the leaves we can eat. We learned how to get water to drink when there is no water. There was nothing. We were taught so many things. We were taught how to make explosives, and I stopped it there. So I asked to go to, and then when I came, I donated my weapon to Dr. Taribo. He was happy. And then Amadi did not follow me to my unit. And Amadi, where he went from there, I didn't know. So so he assigned me with up to 20 troops. So we were going behind enemy line. And sometimes you heard that some people attack. And what it means, one of the major problems of Biafra then was to get salt. And some of these people, whether they are soldiers or not, we can actually take people who do not train as soldiers and they carry bags of salt and bring back to Biafra.
Mazi, let me ask you, Mazi, sorry for interrupting you. Behind the enemy lines, won't they know that at least you are an Igbo person, or do you speak Yoruba or Hausa in order to confuse them? Can somebody that doesn't understand Hausa or Yoruba be behind the enemy lines, or they know that they will know that you are an Igbo person and they still I don't know whether you understand me. Yeah,
I understand you 100%. First of all, you have to study the terrain, the area where this army is located, and how did they treat their civilians. There were hundreds of people, really hundreds of people, who were cut off, and the Nigerian army were not killing them. They were using them to help them and do certain things, to help them to come and cut whenever they go to area with so bushy. They give them knives to cut that place so that they can see about 1 mile away when the Biafran people are coming. So they had use for people that lived behind enemy line, many villages, including my own village. I went to, this is the second time I went behind enemy line. I went there and went to my father's house, and I saw one of my sisters. She had, her boyfriend was an Ichikiri guy, a soldier, and she gave me clothes, and I was in need of those clothes because I needed something to look fresh, and she got them brand new, and then I took them home to with me Biafra. I went and went through my daddy's house. We had an underground bunker where we concealed our property and other things before we ran away from Ambele. And there are so many people who did not run away. And so they were treating them well. They were giving them food. So when they see us, I never told anyone, please don't tell anybody, because they didn't know whether I joined the army or not. I told them I came over here, we're looking for something. We come to buy salt. And when you say that, they have seen someone who had come there to buy salt, and that person might also be a Biafran soldier. And from there, they socialized with they started selling stuff, and we found out what they were selling. They were selling marijuana. And so they would be equipped with marijuana. When they give Nigerian people marijuana, Nigerian soldier troops marijuana, this is goof or whatever you call it, and they would so be friendly. So they were coming to buy marijuana. That's the guy that sells them marijuana, and that's a buff guy. And so we knew the terrain before I actually took off with the troops. And so what happened? On that very day, we were ferried over Ovom River in Aba area. I don't know, I cannot describe that area very well, but all I know is that we never went without passing through the water. Please hold a second. So the water at night, it made it over wherever we crossed over. I didn't know. I had no idea where I crossed over, but we know there are people who would wait for us and ferry us, and then we just moved on. Someone who had knowledge of that track, who is a boss, would come to meet us, and we will all keep on walking. So the area we are walking, we are the area of Nigerian troops. We are no more in Biafra now. We're in Nigeria. And so that night, my malaria had not healed though. But I had been assigned to take troops and cross them over. Mostly boys from Doki area. I can remember them. I remember Dr. Gege or somewhere, I don't remember those names, and someone that's also a family member. So, hello? So, we got to that track at night, and I sat down. I beckoned on all of them to move back. They all moved, the guys I have with me, they all moved back and deployed. And I sat down there by the rubber tree. Guess what? I fell asleep. I had not a soldier that would fall asleep, but I was sick. Malaria was on me. And I had a black raincoat, donned with a good raincoat. And what I had was that very outfit that my sister gave me. A checkered shirt with breast pockets and a new kind of jean, but it's not a jean, it's also checkered. I can say it's brown. And I was sitting there. I didn't have any weapon. We don't carry weapons. But we can use any weapon we lay our hands on. If we were trained to kill you, we're trained to fight unarmed combat. And so we didn't need anything to survive behind the enemy lines. So when I sat there and went to sleep, my brother, the next thing I saw was someone kick me with a boot. Hey! My eyes opened. Malaria disappeared. Everything, I just found myself as, I don't know, I wasn't afraid. I was as strong as ever. I was just looking at them. And these are about 12 tall Nigerian soldiers. And they did something Biafrans would never do. The Igbos will not do this. That's what they did. And it helped to save my life. And so they opened unzipped that my coat and asked me, what's in your breast pocket? What is this? And that was marijuana. Let me tell you now, true, I've never smoked marijuana in my life. And you believe it because I'm an Igbo guy. I'm going to say I never did. There's nothing wrong with smoking marijuana. But I never did. But I had a package. We have to have that. Because when you use it to make money behind the enemy line, you use it also to ingratiate yourself to be their friend. And so when he touched my breast pocket, and saw this matchbox of what so I brought it out, and he touched it and opened the matchbox. It was marijuana. The man said, "Hey, I know if you kill man with a chat." Quote me. This is the beginning of my being alive. And so they told me, "Oh yeah, make we go." He said, "You're lucky no be big company will capture you. If my big company I wrote and I hear your body go dead." So they took me to their company headquarters inside the woods, inside the village. I didn't know where it was. And so they were busy hustling, smoking that marijuana. Nobody cared about looking at me anymore. But guess what? There was one more trap, and not many people can get out of it. If it's a Biafran army, you won't get out of it. The people did not search my coat. That very black, dark, call it army, U.S. Army raincoat. They did not search me. They were busy with their marijuana, talking and being happy. They took me down there. And then the next thing, they brought me food. Very salty. I never eaten anything crap like that before, but it was, and I ate it. So I was, miscegenating with them because I was trained, and we knew what we do when we're with enemies, the Nigerian army. So mine was flowing, and then I ate that food. Everything they gave me, I ate it. And the next thing, my mind was inside my pocket. There were letters that were given to me by people to deliver to people at home and behind. I was carrying these mails, and you know that no one can get away with that. And Nigerian army did not search me. And so I turned and said, is there any place where I could go toilet? He said, oh yes. They used two troops. They pointed down. That place was cut everywhere. You can see somebody 1 mile away. And so I went down there. They said, make I go shit anywhere around there. I said, okay, sir. And I see wore that jacket. And when I got there,
but Mazi, do they know that you're a Biafran soldier? Or they were not?
Hell no.
They know. They knew.
If they knew I was Biafran soldier, they probably would have shot me right there. I told them, first of all, I haven't even started telling story yet. They will listen to me. So when I got to that place, the land is so porous. I used my left hand and dug the earth and boo-booed, and then used my left hand and put in my jacket, in that my raincoat. You know what raincoat is? And pulled out every mail that was in there, throw them into that little dirt I dug, and boo-booed on it, shit on it. And use my hand and take the sand and cover it. See, the ordinary game is more receiving normal. All now will come out from what I say. So I went back there, and they began to ask me questions. So now waiting now. I said, I'm coming. I have about 5 of my brothers that were with me. Did you see them when you caught me? They said no. So those boys had seen them and disappeared and went back to Biafra. So good. So I came here, I was bringing them home. I am from Ohambele. I'm a native of Ohambele. I told them my real names because already I know where I know the units, so we know the people. That I told them truth always sounds like it flows rather than telling some. There are a few lies also would help, and so they didn't know that there's no way they would know, and there's no way I would tell them I'm a soldier. So when they asked me, because I had clean new clothes on, I told them I was an undergraduate of University of Nigeria in chemistry. I was a chemistry undergraduate from University of Nigeria in Soka. They said, oh, na Bukuru man did this. So then the next thing again, when I told them that, and then I told them that I was a welfare officer. That who were the people they carry Biafran kids because they knew all that to Gabon. I told them this. That's why I have all these clothes. Like I came here to bring my people, and including me. I hear and know say my people day behind. I know will go back again. I will stay here. We are returning. That was how the story I told them. But that is not where the whole thing. The only thing my story did for them is that they did not shoot and kill me there. I think I slept there, yes. Nothing, I cannot tell you how many nights. And they took me in one big truck, Gungu, the open truck. And they were taking me to their unit headquarters, their battalion or brigade headquarters. In broad daylight. Then one man told me, jump out of that vehicle, because they left me at the back of the truck. There were two soldiers, one driver and the other one had a gun. And and my mind told me, should I jump? Then when I looked at the terrain, if I jump, I could run. But they probably may not catch me by carrying their weapon and running after me. I wouldn't think so. But where would I? That wasn't a good decision to make. So I followed them. They took me to their brigade headquarters, and yet I didn't know where I was. And then slept and woke up. The next thing is that the intelligence officer came to interrogate me. I told him the truth. I told him I was a chemistry undergraduate, University of Nigeria, Soka. I told him that I was a welfare officer. And any information I give you now is recorded. You can find it in their own archives. They must have it. And I asked him, he told me his name. He started speaking Igbo. The lieutenant, a Yoruba guy, he told me that his name, mark these names, is Lieutenant Albert. He said his mother was from Delta, Asaba area, but his papa, a Yoruba man. His name, again, Lieutenant Albert, Brigade Intelligence Officer, 12th Brigade, Nigerian Army. And so after he interrogated me, I gave him some stories, something that would make them, refrain a little bit, and tell a few lies in between, and he went and checked me into a room, and that room was up to 10 people in one little room, 2 legs stretched out, my two hands put in between my legs, and you can figure out what that looks like. And in that very room, I don't know how many days I stayed. I swear to God. But that was toward the end of the war, though. So I wasn't a prisoner of war for a long, doggone time. But I cannot tell you how many days I stayed there. There's no way you can tell. And then there was this disease that came during that time. They call Apollo. Apollo attacked almost everyone's eyes were swollen and pulses coming out. But guess what? I did not catch any of them. I was still there. And then some of these guys, Igbo guys, would scream, "Unubia werendumo, agama didn't do the town because unubia werendumo." That they didn't like. And there was a little pinhole window. We were looking. You can look out to see. They told him, "Come, you make noise, they will tell you to come. And we will try. I got up and looked through that window, and they march him forward, and they will shoot him from the back, and he will fall and die. So I would not partake in making a noise. And that was how it happened. I was there one day, somebody came to me, I can't remember who that is, and brought me a bucket. Said, go fetch water. That's all. Because down the hill of that place was Azumi Green River Bridge, not too far away. And then I turned my eyes, I found out that I was in Cottage Hospital, Azumi Ndoke. That was their brigade headquarters. And looking in front of me was Dr. Emuche's house. Of course, I know those areas. I've been to that hospital. My father used to go there for treatment. So I know everything around it. So I went and got the water. No one was following me. No soldier followed me. So, getting that water, I had the luxury to drop the bucket, cross the bridge, start running back home. My home wasn't more than 4.5 miles away from there. I could go through the bushes, pass Mogo, the natives on Hamburg. But I didn't do that. I carried the water and came back up the hill. Whether I took a shower, what I did with that water, Mazi, I don't know. There was something. So many things, and why do I remember all those things? Yes, I could. But there were things maybe I wasn't made to remember. I don't remember. So the next thing I did, I walked up the hill again. There is a Mami market, tents where they were cooking. And I went up there. Did I buy food? Well, I didn't have money. Did someone buy me food? Maybe. I don't know. So it was the only time in my life where I was blacked out. But what did I see when I got to that that's Opobo Junction? If you go to Azumi, if you're in Aba, there's a place called Opobo Road. That Opobo Road leads to Azumi. Azumi is a junction, the boundary between Ndoki and Akwa Ibom, Kanafun. And then on the right is that green river Nachoko. So then on that right also is a big old powered story building, maroon color. Dr. D.W. Emuche. And so while I went into that place in Azumrian, I don't know. I saw, maybe that was why I didn't remember anything anymore. I saw my classmate, my own classmate who was a major in the army. Maybe he had been promoted or demoted, whatever.
In the Nigerian or Biafran army?
No. They are all that's Biafran army. This is not buff or nothing. I'm talking about those who were in 12D, officers of 12 Division Biafran army.
Which means by now you have escaped. Which means by now you have escaped from the captivity. Is that so?
It's not escaped. I have been released. Someone told me they may have done all the investigations and done everything and asked them to set me free. That's what I assumed. Because there was nobody accompanying me. I was only given a bucket. Maybe So when I came up there, I saw a crowd of young men. And one of them that came up to me, he's from Umahia. I don't know his village. Muniano class 1, class 2, Niheme Memorial Grammar School. Go Yabada beautiful, Obasanjo dressed them up. Even groups. What's going on here? Manage how to get out there immediately because my instinct had told me, of course, I'm trained in buff. So those were commanders of Biafran army, all of them. And they were wearing laces, abadas. If any Yoruba I didn't know what else had happened to them. But all I know is as an intelligence, as a buff. I looked at the terrain and studied. I said, The next thing I know, while I was there, I said the war is ended. Now that they have reached Mbausi. Ojukwu did not know how this war ended. No, he didn't. Anybody can. I am the only one who can tell you guys how the war ended. There was no shooting. There is a 13th brigade that was supposed to be responsible for equipment, and I can't tell you what they did. But all I know, there was no shot fired, not even one gun. You cannot shoot a gun at a soldier. I didn't hear the sound. They were just, it was saying once it's over. And they were reached, the Nigerian army had gone straight to Mbausi area. They were talking and communicating, I was hearing. And that was when the news got to Juku and that time. And now they prepared whatever they did, and they all left. Those who left. So there was no war. At the time this thing happened, there was a stagnation. There was no movement. Biafra was not attacking them, they were not attacking us. Now when you go back and read, which I read the other day, about the memos of Obasanjo, and all those Isoku, the army on this side in Nigeria, that area, that road brigade, the army was in tatters. Their morale was dead. And some of you, I refer you to go and read, because I made an exploration and found out, read some of this from the voice. Obasanjo wrote go on up to 3 or 4 letters.
The Nigerian army, their morale was in tatters, or the Biafran?
The Nigerian army, not us, not Biafran army. They were in tatters and we didn't know. And our intelligence were not feeding us. Now all those Biafran boys, some of them would disappear there and start enjoying life, and they were not giving us those, or they were not matured enough, I'll be honest with you, to know the situation that was going on. Until you read what I read, where Obasanjo, when I was reading it, I was shaking, where Obasanjo was trying to go on. You do this or we're finished. And was requesting everything. Then, and I also read this, I wasn't there. Obasanjo had to, after writing some of those letters to go on, some of them were filled with insubordinating languages by a soldier to a head of state and general military commander. Obasanjo there was something he saw, and he had to be rushed to Lagos. They called him back. And when he went to Lagos, he had a meeting with Gowon. And then he came back. And maybe he had told them the situation on ground. So now I'm telling you, if you go to Nigeria today, for those of you listening to me, go and think about where you had a war. Today, for those of you listening to me, go and think about where you had a war. Scanty, we only saw those who came to tap and wine, and in some cases we hold them, they give us some drink, and we drank, and that was all the life I lived in Tonsek. And so we were not actually, we were firing all the time. Hausa would shoot, and we used the sound of machine guns. You can use the sound of M16 to identify how many troops on the other side. So they know we have defensive. And so sometimes there was a time I will tell you this. A soldier cannot tell you how many times he missed death. Was a very, very important date. I remember. I was an OP, observation post. That's what you call OP. So I was looking down to the other side, and I saw the troops. They see us. They saw me too. So on this very, and we were not shooting each other. But sometimes we engage in real rapid fire, and the whole thing where we were, and then we stop, and we're calm. So this very particular date, and I will never forget. I was standing behind. Of course, you have to stand behind something, a tree, and behind my M60 heavy machine gun, and while I was looking, there was a little tree or leaf that covered me. And something happened to me. It's like a mosquito or whatever bit me inside my boot. And I bent down to scratch it. Do you know exactly that place I put my head? Their own OP had been timing me, and that very moment I bent down. The bullet came and cut off that thing that was protecting me. It could have been right on my forehead. And so I just smiled. And myself, I call everything that happens to me occurrence. So it never bothered me. I don't think it would bother a soldier, but I would have been dead that day. So at the same time, while I was there, nothing was going on. I caught malaria, a bad one. So the treatment wasn't good. So I went what they call sick leave. And where did I remember was to go back to Umulumbe, if I can go back that unit, because it wasn't closed down, and see if I could go back there and look for treatment. And I was loud. I went on a pass, and I took my boy with me, what you call Amadi. I hope Amadi can hear my voice now. He was my batsman. And we walked at night to no compasses. I don't know how I traced myself. I cannot tell you. I found myself in Umulumbe. That was important. And when I got there, I saw Mr. Taribo, Chief Taribo, and I told him. And when you are in the military. If you don't want to go back to your military, as long as you go back to another unit, and that unit can sign you up if you want to, and then notify the other, so they will not declare you a war. And I asked Taribo, Taribo, if he could.
The Kanu kwali last time that
will shock you is a brigade that has an intelligence officer called Lieutenant Albert. But the most prominent officer they have in their intelligence was not a trained soldier. That was Onyenkai, a Boni man. His name was Emmanuel Alaputa. We knew this before I came this. It wasn't even something I found out after. We knew what we remember. We were up to information. So Emmanuel Alaputa was there as the CIO, Civilian Intelligence Officer. Again, Emmanuel Alaputa from Boni. Now, who is Emmanuel Alaputa? How did I know him? I knew him personally. I haven't eaten in the same plate with him, but I probably may have. He was the boyfriend, the husband of my aunt in Ohambel. He has a technical school at Akereka when you're going from that Upogo Road, that Azumini, going to Aba, you see on your left, there's a technical, commercial technical secondary school there. He was the owner, the proprietor. So he didn't live in Bonny. He lived in where his school was, but he stayed most of his time in Ohambele, in my grandfather's compound. And so I know him, he knew me. So my fear at the time I was captured was Alaputa would know. And I know if Alaputa didn't want me alive, I wouldn't be alive. If Alaputa wanted me alive, I would come out. So that was fear. And helped to get me alive was I know he had told my auntie, Dan Notata, that her brother was under captivity, and that woman was a tough woman. She doesn't play. She does so much, and even up to now we are talking. Never mentioned it to me. She passed now dead, and I never even met her after the Civil War. The one time I met her was my father died, and I buried my father, and she was there. And I remember the money I used in buying clothes dark clothes for my the clothes of my father. And somebody's all messing with my phone. You know, they call one time and they keep calling and calling. And so that woman, I was the one that wrote an agreement to mortgage one of my father's lands to her. That was the last time I saw her, and collected 20 pounds to buy the clothes, Ejimempe, for my father's wives. And so then after burying my father, I headed to Lagos. But prior to that, I was in Aba. I had after the war, there was nothing to do. I went to I opened a medicine store on Market Road, because that time those drugs, the Nigerian army, there was nothing more than that. That was all the biggest thing going on. Although people will carry all this medication and from Owerri, and then I opened I became a chemist, and again another thing I remember, I went to my village, to that underground bunker my father built with cement and everything, and opened it, and everything was rotten. My father was the only person in my village that had all those, what they call bush radio, and all those wall clock and all those Dutch goods. My father was a good collector. And so anything I lifted was all a piece of rotten nonsense. So the clothes, everything were. So there was a box in there. I opened it. I saw gold and all kinds of jewelries. I took one piece of gold and went to Aba and sold it to an Hausa man for 11 pounds. And luckily my father, who stayed at Mbano Okigwe, that's why I love anyone that calls himself Mbano today. I treat them like they are mine. And so when I saw my father came back, Mbano people treated my father like a king. They gave him that rank he was. And I cannot have enough thank you for them. So I gave 10 pounds to my father, and that was my father came home and started eating chicken, eating like a king. You know what 10 pounds means at that time? 1 shilling will get you a whole bag of Gary. I'm talking about big bag. So they were happy and I was happy. So later on, my father died. I buried him, and then I left to Lagos. I went to Lagos. I can't tell you which month. And so my life went like that. And when I got to Lagos, my aunts also lived in Lagos. They didn't run during the Civil War. They were all in Lagos. And my aunt Comfort, related to my mother, from Umawa Lodging, Umahia. And she treated me so well. She bought me some outfits so I could look for jobs. And one thing that happened after the Civil War, I think there was an announcement by Nigeria that any of us coming to any part of Nigeria, that we should be received, that no one should question where you're coming from, whether you're going to Kauda, Namuda, whether you're going to inside the Yoruba intricacies. That was an unspoken, unannounced code of conduct for the whole Nigeria. Only Igbo can go anywhere, and there's nothing. And even Lagos, if anyone applies for a job, you're an Igbo, they hire you. So Nigeria had a tactics how to, what people will call rehabilitation. That was the only, that was their language. They did a good job by telling, but the idea of that is to let us migrate into all parts of Nigeria and turn into beggars. They wanted to see another wave of beggars coming into Nigeria. And that's they want to see the Igbo man a beggar. But unfortunately, there was no Igbo beggar. Igana Yaba roundabout everywhere. Only when they rock and obey. Only when they make they were busy immediately and they turned their life around. We did not see an Igbo beggar. So in my own case, the new clothes my auntie bought me, first place I worked was a pool, Niger pools, maybe 2 weeks. And then I started looking for another work. There was one psychology in me, was anywhere there is a tall building, there will be a good job there. So I was walking along Broad Street. They used to call Yakubu Gowon Broad Street, Yakubu Gowon Avenue, whatever. So I was walking from there in Lagos Island until I saw one tall building, and that's Western House. All of you know Western House. I climbed those stairs, and then I saw elevator. For the first time to climb an elevator, I never entered an elevator in my life. So people were entering, and I stood there, and then when it came down again, I was second to enter it. I entered this elevator. The elevator went high till we got to the last floor, and it was 17th floor. For those who went to, they can verify. It opened, the door, the elevator opened, and I was the only one left. I came out. I saw a door, big door, called Flow Petrol. They wrote on that door, wooden, beautiful, Flow Petrol. And then I was looking for a job. I went to that door and started knocking on the Flow Petrol door. There was one white man, his name, Christopher Toujon. He had a big cigar in his hand. And he asked me, yes, what can I do for you? He said, sir, I'm looking for work. I'm looking for work. And he told me, are you Biafra? Are you from Biafra? I said, yes. And he said, come inside. He sat me down. He said, what were you doing in Biafra? I said, I was a soldier, but I worked for petrol. I don't even know petrol. I've never touched. That's my training in the boss. So all those things, as anywhere you go, you take charge of that place. And so I told him, yes, petrol. That I worked, we were making petrol. I was one of the people making petrol for the Biafran army. He said, was that right? Okay. You know what? Come and see me in 7 days. Mazi Jonathan. So 7 days, when we have a British Council Library known by Queen Street and Alagomeji in Lagos. Toward the end, Nagana Diaba Road to Uyibo Road. So I buried myself in that library. There was nothing about petroleum or British Council. You would know they have books in oil, petroleum. So I read and read and read. I don't know what I didn't read. So on that very day of interview, I went back and knocked on that gate door again. He opened. He said, come on in, sit down. What you say is your name? Well, no, Christopher Nnamdi. And so, what do you know about petroleum? You don't need to ask me those questions because I'm more I was a professor. My petroleum is an organic compound that where petroleum exists. And so it has to be in sedimentary. It has to be a sedimentary rock. If you look up again, He said, what so tell me more. He said, petroleum cannot exist by itself. It has to be a water-petroleum interface. Why? Mazi said, why? Because water has a higher specific gravity, higher density than petroleum. So petroleum flows on water. Also, what other stages? That's where you can have a gas cap and you know, but from the gas you can do analysis and know the kind of oil what you have. So before the milk one again, I say you know that petroleum, that gas that you see, it can be a C1, C2, C3, C4, C5, C7, C8. So you can do compress it and also get more liquid. Immediately I said that, he told me, okay, stop there. I'm going to ship you to Port Harcourt. Now, I went I'm the first Igbo man. They came to Nigeria to look for technicians to work. They are running a flow petrol laboratory in Port Harcourt. And they came there, either a Yoruba or anything. I did not have a college degree, but that's what they were looking for. But at the same time, what he heard from me, it was enough for him to, he had seen what he wanted. So he took me to the Harcourt. I don't even remember whether I actually know, and I knew I went to. And then I went to Port Harcourt. My friend, this Jasper Jumbo, remember the guy who was curing us from Bonnie? His father, his uncle has a house on number 10 in Zimiro, GRA. That was where we lived. We lived a good life. And then I told him about what I came to Port Harcourt to do. And I lived in their house. And then I went and started training in the Petroleum Institute they have there. And they trained me. And I started using the most sophisticated, vigorous distillation column. I did everything laboratory. I'm not going to say it here because it's not important. But what I'm saying is, that's how my life started after the Civil War. And I started getting a job, in that petroleum. The people I hired in later on after my training, one was Jasper, my friend. And Jasper in the end turned to be a minister of petroleum or whatever in River State for that experience. And I also left that Flow Petrol later on to work for Core Laboratories, which also was a Texas American owned. That there were two companies that did the petroleum analysis in Nigeria.
Okay, so Mazi, before you continue, on this after post Biafra war life, there are things I want to hear from you, your own position, your own experience. First of all, in a battlefield, just out of your experience as a Biafran soldier, as a fighter, how do you rate or see Biafrans and Nigeria soldiers in a real heated confrontation, tactics, direct battle combats? How do you rate the two, please, in your own analogy and including your experience, please?
Well, the reason Nigeria even got close to, I'm always going to use the area and the experience, the area I lived. I happen not to know too much about other parts of Biafra. And even if I knew, I cannot substantiate. I don't have the facts to prove them, so I'll stay away from things I cannot have facts for. So in my area, or generally, I think what got Nigeria close to where they got was they were well equipped. They were better equipped than us, but I were better morale than them. And so those Nigerian soldiers anyway morale. I learned it from when I was deployed at that in Pound River. I cannot tell you right here now that I fought at Tabag and I fought in the open field and land. I slept in a trench, and that we ambushed soldiers, and that we did the fire and firing and running and all those things. No, I won't tell you that, because in my own experience in the war was seriously limited to that area where I was deployed, where there was no movement. They were shooting. I cannot tell you my experience with how I brutalized or they brutalized us. But all I know is that where we were, no movement, no one could move. They cannot move to us, and we will not move to them until I got sick. And so I wasn't a soldier who would tell you that I was shell shocked or I couldn't hear. Or like so many people, when you hear shell shock, there are so shell shock people by that time could be fake. A soldier wants to get a pass, and he will, when he's looking at you, he start using your fingers, just to get away, to find a way to get a pass. So those are little things soldiers did everywhere, and that they were sick, and some are not sick, but so many people are sick. So I wasn't deployed in that area, but generally, Nigerian, I did not know that their morale was not as good as that we were better. If I knew that, we would have relayed that information to people, but we always thought that 99 even Nigeria had really quit. And it's true, remember, we went behind enemy line. And so sometimes we stayed and their trucks will pass, and they have what we don't have. And they were afraid of us more than we were afraid of them. And my own area too, the name Ogunigwe, which I did not operate personally, but we were taught to operate it when we see it. Now, so they are forever afraid of us to hear about Ogunigwe, Ojuku bucket, and they were eating better. What can you say about people who are well fed, and you who are hungry? So we were tattered. In if you look at it now, if I back up to tell you, is that what the people thought of the Nigerian army thought about the Igbo. Well, Ohimere, Sinand, Oge, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, with the ESN, Ichoha, Hanabi Achozo. Because Haman and people who Haman and it's just here Igbo game. What these people estimate us. They know we can do harm, that we are strong people. Well, we were, but we are living in a very poverty army. If they had actually known that they would have ended the war a long time ago. But they have the wherewithal, they didn't have the knowledge, the sense. Even the pilot that came to bomb Umar when I was in provincial office, he would fly so low that you can even shoot him down with your that Egyptian pilot. You can even shoot him down with your weapon. So what I saw was that more than I know. I want to how much we will be in Sokoto and continue going to look for neighboring countries that were supporting them. But it will be what happened before. If it happens again now, it won't be the same. It will be more daring. It will be what I'm telling you. It doesn't matter what sabotage these people are talking about, or Simon Epa and all that. Yes, I in a bad situation, but the Biafran situation today, the better informed and equipped, not in military hardware, but how to survive, information. Like Oburanye, there may not be a scarcity of salt ever again. There may not be so many things that we lack may not be again, because what they did to us, will come back to haunt them. You heard about the 3 R's. I told you a little bit about rehabilitation. The rehabilitation which you heard, they said that well, they don't want to spend 1 penny taking care of what Nnamdi would be resourceful. Hapua made the floodgate and let them go into Nigeria. Naga Chorahadi, out to Nigeria, you made rehabilitation. Then reconstruction. They did them nothing. We leave that because they didn't. All of you can see they did reconstruction. Then the other one, what is the other name of the 3 R's? Rehabilitation, reconstruction, and what is it? You should help me.
Yes, I will.
Is it reconciliation? Reconciliation?
Reconciliation. Yes.
Okay. Reconciliation. Let me tell you what happened. I'll give you my own idea. I'm sure you heard some a little bit. Reconciliation, what they did with us, or they call it rehabilitation, was during that time, 20 pounds became the only thing they will pay you for those who have bank accounts. And why did they say that? So many people have not gone back to find out. Why did they do that? There was a reason for it. Not that they really want, they want to make sure there was something happening at that moment. It's called indigenization decree. Nigeria had a decree that all businesses owned by Nigerians,
by foreigners,
that by foreigners can be the Nigerians should buy into them, and buying into them is a 50-40% or 60%, and so at that time there are people who could compete with Nigeria based on the monies they have in the bank. They could participate in the indigenization decree. That was why they limited them to 20 pounds. Because of one day Biafra, 20 pounds, Kenya 20 pounds. You have to think, why 20 pounds? Oh, to make sure you do not participate in indigenization decree. You cannot even come close. So they muscled us out of that. That was in that reconciliation which people are doing, or rehabilitation. And then
the 3 R are rehabilitation, reconstruction, and reintegration.
Reintegration. Thank you. Now reintegration also was part of when they opened that floodgate. There was nobody. Nigeria, always secret memo to every state, for every village, to every hamlet in Nigeria. There's no one who can tell you Niagara Yoruba, Niagara Biokuta, or Niagara Hausa of any kind. I say no, don't come in. No.
Mazi, let me come in there, please, sir. Do you know that thing is also part of the Cold War? In the periphery, some people might see it as, oh, Nigeria, they are good to us. No.
No, they weren't good.
It is the worst thing that happened to us.
Yes, that's what I'm telling you now. You see, this is the area we've been hearing all this since the war ended. The equal 20 pounds, this is why, and look at why. And so during what you say now, the worst thing that they wanted us to be the new fresh of beggars. Nigeria has never witnessed an evil beggar. So making it that all of us come in anywhere, happy and beacon. May affect today. I won't fail to mention this. Our young women, mostly ladies, Mandi Gala Sokoto, back to Nnaha or Hagachi to Sokoto. Radio or TV, only when I go their news. And so I have an instance of one person that was a newscaster. And so the emirs or the Hausa people are now aware Oh, see this place? Now there I protected your people. I made sure nothing happened to them. And all of them, we saved them. Do you know that this woman was regurgitated it and threw it on my face and made me to be a wicked person? That Hausa people saved them. And this emir of this. Not how I say our people. So, they swallowed it hook, line, and sinker because these people were doing their damage control. And they put it in the head of our people. Mostly girls that at the time, what you needed that time was food to eat. Now, reintegration, which is on the shallow little side of it. During the war, after the Civil War, there's a word called capture. And I haven't had too much of it going around because it's not something anybody want to discuss. At the time, when a 9 or 10-year-old sister, Hannah Papa Masina Olo, they were coming from Mbano. They were all rubbed on indigo, black, painted their faces. Because it was the biggest thing going on that time. That every soldier wants to touch an Igbo girl. And when they see it with their parents, they don't give a damn. They capture, that's the word, capture. They will capture the girls. And they took them back to their homes in the north. Now, the capture, you might think, the reason it wasn't a statement to carry so what, we came here as suppress. And you don't blame a woman for what happened to them. This Hausa, whether Ishoko or whether they are from the Urobo or all those areas, the Urobo people didn't do too much capture. What they did, they messed with these women. Some of them got them pregnant, and some of them but in the Hausa people, they will make sure you bear a child. They take these women, hundreds of thousands of them, to north. Got them pregnant and see so many of these girls. And that time, the wave was helping their parents at home. Because all the only way you got to be here. So these girls now, that's something from this house, how people may have captured. Now sustain it at all. Oh yeah, instead of 20 pounds, how to have a pass at 20 pounds. Not normally in all Biafra land, but it happened and it's never mentioned. And so what happened is every time I say these girls abandoned all these children there for them. When they were ready to go to school, when they were ready to leave and travel, they didn't bring all these kids. How happened in the north? So that's what happened. And that's how they treated from them too. When they from those soldiers, so that money, even though they found a way to also return. But the shame is not. We will not talk about it. So, but the result is telling in Biafra right now, because there were so many of those born and who were trained and socialized and acculturated by their fathers. And the fathers did it knowing with eyes open. They want to get smart, bright children from these women. Okay, now there was
that is a kind of compromising our tribe, compromising. It is also a weapon of conquest. It's a weapon.
But to them, I don't think they did it so that they would get our sons to come and fight back on us. They did it to get rare breed.
That is it. That is it. Not only fighting for them, just as what you are saying, rare breed.
Yes.
A smart breed. Smart breed.
They did it which they did. So many of these people in now. I respond how autopilot. Many of them, which are all those people, because their sensitivity will enable them to acculturate, or enable them to socialize, or all the culture. You know, and so many of them. Amandina has it doesn't matter. They are brightened up. They have Igbo genes inside them, and when they fight you, they don't stop. They don't abandon progress.
If I may come in a little bit here, but because Mazi Nadede,
Yes.
I hope I can tell you that.
Yes.
I was kind of waiting because I know you have a whole lot. You know, you and I have discussed one or two times. I know you have a whole lot to come. I know we cannot cover everything today. So I was kind of waiting for you to come to finish the segment you were or the area you were pursuing. Then I have a couple of questions. But what you guys are treating now or discussing now, I can argue that that capture thing, because I read about it in some of the books and my mom told me, because my parents spoke Hausa to the core. Due to my father's job when he was alive, you know, his stations were mostly in the north. So my mother and my father, they spoke Hausa Kowai. So they were some of the people that fed me some of the news of Biafran civil war genocide. So I'm aware of the capture thing. I'm glad you kind of mentioned it now, because somebody like me, one of the things I would like to bring to the mainstream of our people. But it had if you ask me, it had 3 prongs. The people, like the real soldiers, yes, they did it because they wanted to crossbreed us, so that, because before the civil war, the people you call the Biafrans or the Igbos, and when we use that word Igbos, they are the people we are calling the Biafrans today, because every one of us spoke that was our main language of communication. We had our tribals, you know, dialects. So the Biafrans or the Igbos, we are rare species that people revered us because of our tenacity, the qualities we have. And so Igbo man, marrying an Igbo man outside Igbo culture was rare. And all the Igbo woman was a pride of the Igbo culture, the Igbo clan. So these other people, especially people from the north, even the Yorubas, they were fascinated about the Igbo women. So they wanted to tap into that gene to enhance their own offspring. That is from the lower people, from the layman. Like those foot soldiers, that was their own excitement, if I may use that word, or their reasoning. I have an Igbo woman. It was a pride thing. My children are mixed. They have Igbo genes. It was a pride thing for them. But the second prong, we must agree or argue that the people on the authority, on the hierarchical pinnacle, knew what they were doing. They wanted to use that to what we are talking about now, to destroy us in a way, because they couldn't wipe us out. So those ones, they knew what they were doing. It was a game plan. Why am I making this argument? Because they never chided those soldiers. That thing was a war crime. You don't capture human beings. You don't force people to be your wife. But they turned a deaf ear. The argument why I'm making is that why those in power, in authority, did not frown at it. Rather, they turned the other way, and these soldiers did that. That was the reason. Because those people we are talking about, you know, it brings me to the place where when I hear our people sometimes, when we are having some of these radio shows or radio discussion or program, you will hear some of us go over and say, let me speak in Igbo language now. Like I try to have one kind of secret. And I'm telling them, no, you have people who are not Igbo by, you can say they're not Igbo by blood. But they understand this Igbo dialect more than you and I. So what are you hiding? Our people must come to, because when I hear people make that argument, I chuckle. It's like it's a level of naivety they don't get. We have children that were born by these people. Now, another prong there was these children, those who were abandoned by their mother when they got them, because some of these people, these women they abducted were teenagers, they were young girls. So when they grew up and came, you know, and matured, and some of them were able to escape or walk away from the relationship or something happened, most of them did not come with their children. Those children, they knew that they had an Igbo mother. They look at it that they were abandoned. They are not happy with us. You know, they're not happy with our people. Then those who were brought home, now they have what I call dual loyalty. I'm not going to continue with I'm going to back up because it's your program. So I want to get you I want you to get to a place where I can ask a series of questions, but I wanted to break this down.
Okay, I tried not to be analytical. I tried to be objective.
Yes.
And see if I can get facts and make it a little bit shorter. Because whenever you see me analyzing, you know that that's something I've already done to the core. And that analysis, one more I am going to mention here in the rehabilitation. Now, there was a question after the Civil War. What are we going to do with these Biafra soldiers? Remember, they did not disarm us. I want you all to know that. There was no program going door to door or telling people. The people that threw away their guns consciously buried them on the ground or took them home. There are people who still have their weapons right now today. Nigeria had no way, and they didn't want to do that. The war, they were lucky. Whenever you hear no winner and no vanquish, there are reasons for it. We will go back there. I will use that. I will revisit that. And remind me if I ever fail. Ask me. Why can I make a little comment about no winner, no vanquish? But I won't say it right now. Now, there was something they did. It was the biggest thing. Probably they got that advice from England and from United States. What are we going to do with soldiers? The war is over now, but they all have their weapons. What if they feed a little bit and then we're treating them badly, and which they did? They can reorganize and wage a war. So they gave them an advice that was very psychologically sound for their own safety. It was, they went to every embassy in Nigeria. Any young man that wants to leave, and if you notice that time, Igbo people had visas more than even Hausa. Go, immediately they apply, give them exit. You have no problem, including myself. I didn't find anything. All I had to do is, I didn't even come to America because I wanted to. A friend of mine, Ben, had admission in Rice University, and had an application he got from the University of Washington. And I took it from him and filled out. And attached to it was that test of English as a second language, TOEFL. I wrote a letter and said, I need an exemption into English that I can write. If you give me an answer, I can write well. I received a letter from the university clearing me. I never took nobody's exam. So that's what I'm saying, that they did everything to encourage us to get out of here. So Nigeria, it was a master plan by before I was saying England, including America. Because there's nothing England would know that America didn't know it first. So they all planned and visited every embassy in Nigeria. If we want to go to visit all these things, I think that we are smart, we can go anywhere. If Nigeria facilitated it, if they didn't want you to go anywhere, they will not go. So they wanted to make sure to let these people who are soldiers having their guns, and they did a great job. That's why all of us left. It wasn't a good thing, it was Nigerian strategy. Sometimes we might think, and I got a crowd, and they will all go. So they wanted to remove all the fighting, and they did it a damn good job to get us all out here. So that is a part of your rehabilitation. They allowed you to do it by your own self without money. There was no expense on the side of Nigeria regarding our rehabilitation. We are capable of rehabilitating ourselves. And that was that. I wanted to make that known. Before anyone takes the other mark, that will be doing all Nigerian plan to do so. And we have here in the now. Nigeria has set us. They are getting a reward of what they did, because when any action you were not with something action, not with problem. They set us to live, but in a way. We're able to cater to our people who are here.
No, it's not that they do good for us. We turned that evil plan into advantage for ourselves.
Thank you, Mazi. That evil plan, the biggest evil plan to us. People don't know it. That of walking into Nigeria as only let us go. I ain't made decimate or Igbo land with those who can fix Igbo land. And then there's another thing they did. They made our land to be inconsequential, that economically unimportant. You can't know Yoruba invest against all Igbo. After the war, investment. The Nigeria did it such that no one an economic Igbo of economic inconsequential. We are not economically important. They didn't do it because that Nigerian money. They only believe they are shallow-minded, and it works for them though. Because now that time how they pursue economy. Now they will be buying land and will sell to them as long as I need in the business. But they what to them. All they don't want it. They circulate it, don't need it. You can't buy anything from Igbo land.
Mazi, Mazi, do you know, is an evil plan by them, but which also turns to good to us to preserve our land for us.
Yes. You couldn't have. You can even tell what we could have been now if we had if they were Igbo and we are Hausa. That time. Because you can get anything for $100. And so these are the things they did to us, which turned out to be good in a sense, and useful. And then yes.
Sorry, before we start or you start concluding, there is something I want you to also touch, because there is a statement you made when you were captured and after being a kind of released.
Yes.
Now you saw some other Biafran commanders in Abada, people that were compromised. They came in order to do intelligent work after they become compromised and start living life. Does it mean that many of our people they send as intelligence officers, now once they go the other side and start seeing, they will be bought also to become double agent? Is that what we can say about it?
It's possible. It's not even possible. It happened. There were some people who were sent behind the enemy line, and they have the training to miscegenate, to start working for the 12th Brigade in their kitchens, cooking and doing things. And they got sidetracked, and we were not getting information. I keep on thinking about this one name. It's an Nnamdi man. I don't know why I forget this guy's name forever. And so, all of them are intelligence. As a matter of fact, also a lapita in intelligence in the brigade. And he gave us information, and finally this information stopped. And so, here, this question is now leading to why I want Biafrans to know how did we lose the war? Who caused the war to end? And that's the main thing of this topic. Now, we lost the war by sabotage. And who sabotaged Biafra? 12 Division Biafran Army. We call them 12D. Located at Nenu. And before as I was talking to Marian, I had I have problem getting all my information because I'm someone that I cannot begin to talk if it is not something verifiable. And so I even had to call someone who says it now on my age mate. And I spoke with him. I never all the time talk to any of these Biafran ages, my age mates and stuff, and begin to talk about. The only thing I talk Biafra, I just try to ask them, how are you people doing and what you are doing, and I never specifically educate anyone. You have to be a Biafran. Now these people want to be educated, and I'm where the educated class in Biafra they mean to. So finally, I gradually asked them some questions. About during the war. Maparonya Obasanjo, I said yes. I said Obasanjo was the commander of the third division. He said yes. So I started getting information. I pierced through him to get certain names. One, Obasanjo B. Obasanjo lived in that Dr. Emuche. He lived in Dr. Emuche's house. And during that war, Dr. Emuche was there. He didn't run. So Obasanjo used Emmanuel Alaputa because all one educated man, all Uru man, that's how they penetrated 12 divisions and bought them and gave them huge money. So what I told you, and I was trying to mention about the Eze I spoke the other day with. I wanted to ask him this question, but I was afraid to do it. I was careful. I was being very careful. Then he finally gave me an answer. He even took over without me asking about Emuche, Dr. Emuche. So Nigeria questions more about him. Then I corrected him. And we did Emuche because I didn't know their names. Because Emuche's children, many of you, Mandingo and South African and my boys now. Okay, Emuche was the Marian, what's that name again? What was okay Emuche's job?
So he was a
He was a consulate general. Listen, I wrote all these things down yesterday. He was the consulate general of South Africa. Then
Nigeria Consulate General in South Africa.
In South Africa. Are you listening? So another one is Chika Emute. Inherited the cottage hospital. I told you that the brigade headquarters was a hospital built by Dr. D.W. Emuche. So he has 3 sons, or more, I don't know, but I know about 3. And one will okay Emuche. The second one will Chika Emuche. Chika was a doctor, just following his father. So he is the one that is running the hospital today. And right in 1970, when the man only more than 20 pounds, the hospital was renovated. The hospital was not even renovated because nothing happened to it. It was funded to the brim for full functionality. That was a time when nobody had it done. Now, again, I'd like you all to link this. Again, while grew up, Dr. Emuche himself, whom we are young that time, they were young. They didn't take over that time. Dr. Emuche helped give Obasanjo comfort and pleasure. Now, I want you also to know in the behavior of military. Now, when a commander leaves a spot, especially like the Old Line, they will ransack and destroy it so that you will not pick anything, you will not find and trace anything about the war. But in this case, all around the impact as you see it today. And that was where Obasanjo lived. And that was where Obasanjo stayed and launched the sabotage on Biafra. Not far away at Nenu, where you have 12 divisions. And so when like the question I asked you, I asked my friend the other day. He was able to tell me who the commander of 12 Div Nigerian Army, I didn't know him. He told me that his name was Okezie. Then I put it together. I told him, oh, maybe this Sylvester Okezie, who was my classmate, may be related to him. That is possible. And he was a big officer, the one I saw socializing. So now there goes the Biafrans to put it together. And this you have to put it together very well. Because anything I'm telling you now, if you don't throw it to Obasanjo, if this story were told when Obasanjo, after he died, it will be inconsequential. I will not even tell this story. I look at it as one of those things that happen. There are so many things that happen in your life. You just walk, step on them, and later on you regret, oh, I wish I had done it on time. Because I am a big procrastinator. I told Marian, I procrastinate. So I thank God that I'm able to bring this to you guys. What is it I'm trying to prove? I want you all to know that Obasanjo was the winner of the war. And look at the players that he used. And this is why he is a mystified individual in Nigeria. How you can pick up someone who had no damn thing and make him the president. They did. The Hausa, the Yoruba, not much of Yoruba, the Hausa and the Fulanese look at Obasanjo as a mystery man, as a wizard. And today you're going to find out why was he a wizard. And so, Obasanjo, to trace it now, I want you all to know about Abazumi. Yes. Yes. Yeah, I'm all right. Okay. So, I want you all to know, hope I'm not digressing. I don't like people talking to me. Why Obasanjo? I want you all to know why Obasanjo is the mystery man. Because Obasanjo is a very strong person. If I will refer you, go online. I didn't get more agromia. The 4 letters he wrote to Yakubu Gowon. The second to the last one was what brought him to Lagos. And he went to Gowon. And people thought he was going to be arrested or reprimanded. What he released to Gowon was, these people. Let's quit wasting our money. Let's go and use money and we can get Biafra. And Obasanjo returned on that journey, even they changed it. This was in 1969, around a few months, around 6 months. I want to let you know. So Obasanjo, Gowon gave him the go-ahead and gave him the money he wanted. And they used that money and built all the... every soldier at 12D was all their commander.
And Mazi, to confirm what you said, you know that when our leader was started earlier, 2012, all those time, though Obasanjo, I think he was out of office at that time. But do you know that Obasanjo was the first person in order to publicly reiterate that, look, Igbo man have started. What they want is money. Just forget them. You know that.
I want to please, before you say that, let me go on.
Okay, go on.
I remember you heard that Yakubu Gowon from there, that if he was given this chance, today, if he knew what he knows today, that he wouldn't have even fired a shot. And that was why Obasanjo is the greatest, is the tiger in Nigeria. He can go at night and walk through the Fulanis. They think he will not die. And he was not telling them the very truth of what he did, though he knew the people at the top understood the job he did. But he kept Nigeria at bay to make sure they look at him as a spirit, not a human being. And how did he do this? Look at this people. That was why I traveled in October last year. Even people in my village don't even know that I served in the military. Since I left and came to America for the past over 44 years now. And so the only opportunity I had to do some verification to make sure when I tell my stories, to go and find out Sylvester, my classmate. I want to know what happened to him. I wanted to know I wanted to go to him in Memorial Grammar School and go to their office to see if of course they would have a record of where he comes from. Then I wanted to drive or to travel to his village in Umaga to find out the lifestyle he lived right after the Civil War. To assess him, not only assess him, to know if he was alive. Why did I say that about being alive? I say this because Obasanjo was annihilating and killing all the people who were information. I'm not going about Obasanjo. You could now today you're gonna know. He involved in mastermind of assassination, slaughter of all the people who knew information. They were information about him. That's why I wouldn't even think that Sylvester Okezie didn't look today. All those down, he must have put them somewhere and killed them. Why do I say that? Because Emmanuel Alaputa, who was the husband or boyfriend of my own girl, I'm telling you things back home, the one Muji objectively. Alaputa was haunted, not be so smart. He sent a signal to bring him. They were going to kill him. The man himself, in America, that Emmanuel Alaputa, will be extolled. In fact, people will follow him and have a day declared for him. Do you know Obasanjo was looking for him to kill him? He was arrested and he escaped. So, what happened when I went home this time? When I went home, this is what I did. Because that was why I traveled last October. I went to my niece, the only daughter of my aunt who died. And I harnessed my story. I didn't want to call her over the phone. I want to do it person to person. My niece. And so I started telling my own story. See, my Nnamdi today, I want Mama to remember. You know, my name is captured. Now we're Nigerian prisoner of war. He said, mother will never tell you because all is top secret to Alaputa. They won't, even Alaputa will not want to confront me on, even when his own wife, my own aunt, never looked, she will always look at me and shake her head, but she never told me anything. Because it was a top secret till I left and went to Lagos. So what happened to Mama? She said, I said, look, now that Mama was arrested by a Nigerian army and took him to camp in Port Harcourt. Name me interrogate. You must bring Alaputa or you will die. You must bring Alaputa or you're dead. Alaputa had other words. So she told him, Alaputa. No one otherwise to Hagajuan. So they have decided a day for the day she will be shot and be killed. So my aunt, my niece who is alive now, in fact I'm planning to send her for Christmas. She gave me the news I've been wanting to hear for over 50 years. She told me that what she did was Diana got there to see how to get her mother released. And she was very young and pretty anyway. And so the very colonel who was in charge of killing her mother looked at her and her legs and told her, say, I want to marry you. My niece told me, they didn't want me once. I'm hearing that woman is the truth. My niece told me, yeah, I said, I can marry you as long as you can get my mother out. That was how the mother was removed in shackles and returned to Hambele. You hear me? And Alaputa was still being wanted. Then after I told her that you know it was Alaputa that kept me out, that made me alive. He was told your mother, and your mother fought for it. You know, my niece, she started crying. She said, you know, that this man found out that her mother died from wherever he was, and came home to Hambele at night to ask, is it my wife died or my girlfriend died? My niece got so upset and told him, I don't want your foot, I don't want your leg into this house. You better get out of here now, or whatever will happen, I will hurt you. You killed my mother. But after I told her the story, that it was that man and your mom that got your brother, your uncle, alive, me, she started crying. She said, Mommy, I didn't know. If I knew, I wouldn't have let him go. That man walked away like a fool and never to be heard again till today. And there's nothing called Alaputa anymore. So Obasanjo, I want to let you all know what Obasanjo is. Everything I'm saying now, if you people want to use it for news, that's all right, but you have to, because if you don't let Obasanjo hear these names, then you didn't do me any good. How about me? Can I do it? I don't have the wherewithal to do it. But those of you, I just bequeath it to you guys. And let Obasanjo, he will make a comment when you mention all these names. And another one I owe myself. I'm going back to Nigeria again, to Biafra, to look for Silvestre Okezie. If he's alive, he'll probably be hearing my voice. To know what happened to him, to know the lifestyle he lived, because if he had that big money after the Civil War, he must have a big home now, built there with that money, because that was what people did around that time. Or he might be here, of course, in the United States. So that is a name that you all should take with you. And he was that was one of those soldiers, officers of 12th Division, sold to Biafra away. And that you guys should. I want you all to understand that Obasanjo is not the mystery man. So everything he did it for his own name, and he gained fame because of Biafra. And so I know there are a few things I haven't mentioned. My brain is not so coordinated right now, but I want to go back. I think I've treated the fact of exodus of Biafran young men. Yes, I said I must have to talk about that and why we are all here where we are now. And many people who came here did not know why they let us migrate everywhere in the world. But to migrate, I know some of you have a passion for Biafra, but I will advise you, after hearing my voice, to begin to think about Biafra. You did not take yourself there. They all are very hard. These people wouldn't have let you go overseas. It was the same Nigeria that killed your people, your fathers and your mothers. Your punishment to send you out. This is time to fight back and come back and claim your land. Because there is nothing in life that is worth anything money that you can sell, and sell your dignity and sell your own land. That's all we have. I want you all to please, whatever you have. I'm as old as I am now. Immediately I heard Nnamdi Kanu. I was a follower of, I don't follow nobody. There is nobody, none of you have been born for me to follow. I don't follow. In America, today I want you all to know, I have lived here for 44 or so years. I became a citizen of America right after I returned from Nigeria this April. I became a citizen of United States in August. I have served in United States Army. I served in Washington State Army National Guard. I was trained at Fort Dix, New Jersey for 4 years plus 1 month and 3 days. I served in California State National Guard as a reserve for 1 year and some. And the only reason I left California was when they were going to ship me to Iraq in 1990. And I did not want, I didn't declare not to join, not to go. But the commander we had an assembly that time, they had a pool of soldiers, and she was giving us a pep talk. You know what pep talk is? To boost our morale. And they said, if there is anyone here who doesn't want to go, I'm ready to give you honorable discharge. Guess what? I raised my hand up. Some Americans, about 2 or 3, who had no courage, they raised their hands up. That's how I got discharged for the army. So I served 6 years plus 1 year and 2 days in America. I never one day wanted to join. There is a curiosity. I never joined the army in America. I want America to hear it. I want the FBI and everybody listening to hear it. I did not one day want to join the United States Army. I told you people my education, and one of those that came
Mazi
here with skill. And when I came here with skill, Jonathan cut me off. I would have told you the story how I landed in the United States and with my skill. And guess what? I did not go through a hell like many people do. And then I survived in America. See, my head is getting a little slow. So, what I'm trying to tell you that I never one day want to be an American citizen, because I came here with a 4-year visa, straight to university, and graduated in 4 years. It was hard for me, but at the same time, I joined the military. How did I join the military? Now that's what I'm forgetting. I went to work, and I bought Post Intelligence of Seattle, and look, in the newspaper they advertised a petroleum. They're looking for petroleum analysts. Who else is a petroleum analyst than Christopher Nnamdi? So I rushed. Let that be. I never knew such advertisement would be because I went to petroleum dump or so in Seattle. So I went to a place they call the Armory, drove there, banged on the gate, and when I got there, it was a Washington National Guard. I told them, oh, I saw this ad. They said, oh no, yeah, if you have not dealt with American recruiters, then you have not been lied to. They can lie fucking to you, excuse my words. And he told me, look, in that building, you'll have a big lab there. But you need to go for some training and come back, you're going to run our laboratory. That's how I became. I was so proud. The recruiter would come home and drive me in the military. I started wearing full uniform, full boots. In Nigeria. When I see my mates, I say, what kind of guy is this? When I haven't even been to a Nigerian army and I'm wearing their uniform, going to drills. On one day, it was time for them to send me out to Fort Dix, New Jersey, to go train. First question I asked, are you going to shave my hair? They said, oh no, you are a tough guy. You guys are from the old country. There is, you can do anything. So that was how I became a PFC, which is the 3rd rank in the private. That was how I was given. Other people don't come in as PFC. They are E1 or E2 or E3. And that was how I became. When I went there, my radio I had in my hand was taken away from me, so that's the story. I became a U.S. soldier. And I was obedient, loyal soldier for 6 years. So I didn't... Yes. other side. Oh, well, I have pretty much told you. I have pretty much. I don't think I'm going to discuss more about it. It's just that when I say that I serve in U.S. Army, I do some of my brothers over there. All of you will be wondering what there's so many Nigerians served in U.S. Army. The reason I made it, I explained it, is because one, I did not go there to join so I can have money to go to college. If I bring you my discharge certificate, I'm recorded as having had my 4 year. And when they record in the army your 4 year, means I have 4 year college. I have a high school, so that's why I even mentioned that. Otherwise, it's not important. But anything you want to ask me, I always told you can ask me. If you think we haven't said it all, but I'm more concerned about what Biafrans should believe now. That there's no way you would have lost that civil war within the time it was lost. There was no way in the world that we did not fire a shot to get Biafra. And the man who did it was the mystery man called Obasanjo. And that you guys should confront Obasanjo right now with this story. And whether it makes him blink or not, that is all I want. The reason what I want to bequeath to you. If you're a journalist and you know how to put them in segments, if it's a book you want to write, you write it. And I couldn't do any more than I can do now. But if you call me next time and you have a question, I'm ready to answer them.
I have questions now before we leave because
do you know what? What I want you to do is to ask your questions also, so that we limit it everything, and he will conclude also with by comparing how he fought the Biafran war before, and now he's alive to see IPOB fight also in our system. So that one will be the conclusion, please, Mazi. But one that go on, because I want us to conclude in a limit of 10 minutes, please. One that go on your questions.
Okay, I'm going to try to ask the questions, but I don't know whether it's going to be the questions because I've been jotting them down, whether he can finish answering them in 10 minutes. But let me get started. Mazi, thank you so much, sir, for making our time. I'm going to begin by asking you this question because I think you kind of dipped into it, but you kind of segued out. Does Obasanjo still have a kind of relationship in Ndoki or that family of the doctor? Do you know?
This is a good question. You know, I told you my brain, there's no, if you weren't asking questions, I would not have even, this is an area that is so important. Yes. Now let's start from what I went to, the study I went about what of the danger, the proof that Obasanjo did what he did, that Obasanjo used Ndoki Azumini, how he won the war. The people that helped him negotiate the sabotage, where he lived, I told you that the building was intact, and that Obasanjo kept on ingratiating himself. If you want to, now the thing you're going to have in your mind is the answer to this question. The answer to this question is that Obasanjo has not stopped his relationship with Azumini, where he lived. That was what made him who he is, and he's still revisiting Azumini. First of all, he was the one that issued money, granted money, that rebuilt Cottage Hospital. At the time, there was no penny in Biafra. Number two, he is the one that he did or approved it to be the benefit to reward Dr. Emuche. When you are Momania, Emuche are like Obasanjo's Omo right today, are like his own children. He was the one that knew about Oke Emuche, became the Consulate General of South Africa. Otherwise, you know where Azumini is. You are in Nigeria, in Biafra, you don't even know where Azumini is. Obasanjo takes Azumini as a second home. When Dr. Emuche's son died, one of his sons, what's his name? When he died, Obasanjo wrote a letter. Marian, I sent you Obasanjo's letter.
Yes.
Yes, Obasanjo wrote a letter. Not only that, not the letter, he also went to Dr. Emuche's house. Now, Obasanjo arranged for Gowon. And was that, any of you can remember who was the administrator of Eastern Nigeria? Biafra. This, you can find it online anyway. Obasanjo, that's why I'm saying it, because I wasn't there, but I read it. Obasanjo sent Gowon an entourage with Biafra, and they went to Azumini, the remote place of Kunadinamo. Gowon went there, and they bequeathed that hospital with being the only hospital where the Biafra children that lived in Gabon, that was Cottage Hospital, no other hospital. So to pay for the war ending in Nigeria. Nigeria didn't care less. And where in the world would you care less about people you defeated, especially where you fought? You wouldn't want anything. But they were revisiting them all the time. Yakubu Gowon, nobody knew, it wasn't even announced until I read it. Yakubu Gowon and Africa went to Cottage Hospital to donate money and rehabilitate those kids that came from Gabon. And so, when this boy, when one of Muche's son died, Obasanjo wrote a special letter which I sent a copy to Marion. And Obasanjo went too. Now, the wife of Dr. Emuche is still alive. I didn't know, because the information I had was that Obasanjo went for the burial of Dr. Emuche's wife. No. But he went at the time he turned what they call millennial, so when the man was supposed to have turned 100 to respect him. But the man,
and when was that, Mazi, if I may interject? When was that? Is it recent?
This is a recent thing. This about, if you know who is the governor of, you can guide me, the Abia State Senator, Abaribe. So Abaribe recently was there at his millennial celebration. So all these things, most people are married. So we are all put them together. When you mention South Africa, so what has Obasanjo got to do with anybody called anybody in Nnamdi? So only has got to be who he is. Whether they hear my name and they want to know where I come from, I want Tabuna Dede. You can do whatever. You can't kill me anymore.
So in effect, what you're trying to say here in the deduction is that Obasanjo, because these people helped him to when they overran Nnamdi, and they helped him to kind of facilitate and win the war, he's still paying some allegiance to them. Even though
definitely.
Yeah,
definitely.
Yeah.
Do you hear of? Can you put it together? I told you that Obasanjo lived in his house.
Yes.
Obasanjo, the man died at age 75, and Obasanjo also. Obasanjo paid homage. Obasanjo probably went. That they had a meeting. One of my cousins, my nephew, sent me a picture of Adolphus Wabara, Senator Wabara, and all of them when they were sitting in front of that hospital. I don't have that phone now. I would have found that picture. What did they do? Obasanjo came for the burial of Dr. Emuche himself, who died.
So, I'm not trying to cut you off. So Obasanjo continues to insert his footprints at Ndoke. I have a question again.
Yeah.
I have a follow-up question. I understand that there's a police college that was built recently built at Ndoke. Are you able to tell us if it has any connection with all these footprints that Obasanjo is having at Ndoke or not? Can you enlighten us?
Yeah, you got that information from me. Now I tell you, yes. Thank you for that question. This started from Onye, or our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. All of you, they follow Nnamdi Kanu as much as I did. And I will explain to you, like Jonathan said, Mazi Jonathan said, that Niana, know how he's concluding. You ask the question, how I saw IPOB. I will leave that for him to ask me. But what was it that I said? That was just there.
Talking about the college, the police college.
Yes, thank you. So Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, when he came surfaced in Israel, and he started people asking questions, that was a big mistake Mazi Nnamdi Kanu made, that he shouldn't die for it, and we will not blame him. He narrated his journey out of from Faruku childhood state. I listened. When I say I listened, I heard him from beginning to the end. So I wouldn't say that I heard.
Somebody has a system that is on, please. Somebody can mute. So somebody needs to mute their system, please.
You also hear this story. This story might repeat itself again. And listen to me. When Nnamdi Kanu narrated his exit and escape from Biafra, all one at the same assuming every of Dr. Emucheno. Now, why was it there? I want you all to know. I was born there. I was raised there. I know everything there. So he said that his escape was that people who got him to escape went through the Green River. And assuming, no, he didn't go through that Green River because there is the river that empties into the Atlantic Ocean. Only a village next to Asumini on the other corner that the river also spreads to. And also from my village it could. But this river, within the Nigerian MS smuggle since immemorial. If you have ever drank any whiskey in Igbo land, if you have ever had good drugs, it comes from a place that is 5 minutes from my village. It's called Obaku. Obeaku. It's a village. So that is the route. Mandi Indian Dokian as strong as a regular Igbo people. I didn't make them Bambi, which is true. I told you people. So in the bend on that or whatever. Now be at night. Now I got through that route. From Fernando Po. So that route where they take so after they had it, we had a news, but it's already been on the public airways. All our leader revealed that also mayor escape the countries all that too. I'm sure many of you who were paying attention early will heard it. So do you know what the result was? My nephew that always calls me, sends me WhatsApp, his job, or a young man, he's always sending me pictures. He told me that, there is a police college built here in Obak right now. On I call that thing. I didn't tell him why. I said, oh my God. And I went home and confirmed it. I know a woman with the EFC, I'm a commander there, Onyendoki. So, they full the amount of post where police college, that may not stop the from doing their job, but they need to stop it. So, always, and so if Biafra is to be attacked again, do you know they have a bearing of everywhere what we are? It's not going to come from Skoka. It's not going to come from Delta. This is the strategic area where they will come. and all the very porous. Okay. Ndoki people are not sabotage kind of people. They're not too. When I went home, I didn't see anybody angry about anything, but they are not participants in what we're doing in Biafra. They just aloof. There are a few of us who participate, who are IPOB, and that area sit at home doesn't even get there. And that's the area, if they are coming again, because Adakaboro, who was a major in the 3rd Marine Commando, now all those, they go through Ahoda and all those riverine areas to Obete. Now if they are coming again, that's where they are coming. That's where they know to come. That is the truth. So I know what ESN, if I'm sorry to you say it like that. Now we have to, all those who know ESN or who run the command, we have to find a way where we would at least have a surveillance or some intelligence post. I will not say you should come there and march, because they will come very aggressively in that area.
I mean, what you're trying to elude is about human intelligence, I would suggest.
Yes. So we have to have a human intelligence who will be telling us they go in and going out over there. Because from there, that Ahoda area, they are not going to drive on Port Harcourt Aba Road. Count that out. That area is called Obeye Azumini Road, and many of you know. And that is the road they know. And when you go through Obeye Azumini Road, go to Gafe Uboya, you go through Ohanko, you enter Aba. That's how Aba was taken. So, like I said, the things that happened in 1967 may not happen again. Because we might be foolish, we might be acting like Omaka, but let me tell you something. There's no way Nigeria can do us what they did in 1967. So very important.
Yeah, thank you for that, because I'm trying to rush and draw that, because I have one or two more questions, and I would like you to really get in, because it kind of tied up for me what we did today. The next question, not trying to cut you off respectfully, but I want us to get in as much as I could. Having answered that question, that takes me to another question I would like to ask you, as somebody who was a BOF member, and then you came here, you were a reservist, and now we are doing the Biafra thing, and you're watching. I had 2 or 3 discussions with you, and you told me you're playing the role of elder person now. You watch behind and watch us, trying to fight this again, or trying to engage ourselves in Biafran restoration, even though with different variables this time, because it's not exactly the same thing we are doing. But I'm going to ask you, are you kind of looking at what we are doing as like a deja vu again? Or do you think that there are things we are doing rightly this time, or repeating the same thing? Or is there a place you can give us an advice? I know, you don't have to give me a long answer, but can you tell us whether we are repeating our mistakes or we are getting smarter?
We are doing what we are supposed to do. But the sabotage anyway now, the more pronounced, at least we will know who our enemies are. In those days at Ojuku time, the only saboteur we had was Ifajuna or Banjo. At that time, we were using it for training. Ifajuna. So right now, the media has made everything to our fingertips. So whatever you think will be the answer will be the answer. We are doing, this is what I have been doing. I didn't know that a day like this would come, when our youths, our people, Biafrans, would come to try to bring Biafra back. I thought after that civil war that was the end. I did not have a mental capacity to ever imagine that there will be a Biafra again. But when I came to United States, that's what they call BAF, Dr. Ogechi. That was the first, not even myself, no. Everything I hear Biafra, I jump into it. That's when internet started. My God, We were involved in, it was the BAF that involved in truncating census in Abia State. That was why Abia State is underpopulated. At that time, before Wazirike. So what I'm trying to say, are you people on the right track? Of course. We have moved too fast. In fact, we're so fast. Faster than we thought, because we have to Agram, Nigeria. I was sitting in Nigeria. I stayed 6 months, and I saw a young man, Nnamdi Kanu, as radical, as skeptical as I am. I watched that guy. Chai, I'm saying, we got it. We have a procrastinator like me. I will always hear him now when you do lottery. And when the result comes out, you didn't play. You say, oh, that was the number I should have played. That's what I was saying when Nnamdi Kanu came out. I saw him from the beginning. Mazi, this is it. This is the real thing. I'm a soldier. I'm his troop. I'm very loyal to him. And everything you're seeing now will be bound to happen. But I didn't wait people. You be ready and prepared to counter the offensive. Oh yeah, on here now. If you keep on talking, you people should have done this, what we should have done. What you should do is what you should do. One man can be a riot. And if we don't operate on that sense, where one man can do what he can do, just like Nnamdi Kanu, without all this group and having followers. There are people, millions are looking for who to follow. Now, followership is all we need, but when you see you making sense, you say, I am behind you. So what you're doing now, you're doing the right thing. My people should have died in vain. Your fathers and mothers would have died in vain. That is what gives me courage. Don't worry about sabotage. Of course, someone has to fight you back. If you don't know who is fighting you it's Liar Mohammed. Recently, you don't even hear him talk again because they are fighting us. They are fighting you very hard. I read this with my eyes. Where he said that Nnamdi Kanu was captured. It was an extraordinary rendition. That he voted out 600 million naira. 600 million naira. Do you know? At the brink, we got to the brink of getting into confusion, but not to lose Biafra. Nnamdi Kanu, a tactician, when he set up this thing, every country in the world, a representative. It's like an octopus. It has tentacles. You can withdraw, you can be taken or keep him alive or kill him. Let me tell you something. Biafra ain't going nowhere. Biafra has come to stay. Because there's someone who is in South America. There's someone who is in Poland. That is the reward I'm waiting for you in the Nigeria. Biafra ain't going, nobody can mess with it. Nigeria should know. As Nnamdi Kanu, what they are losing about now, why are they holding him? You know why they're holding Nnamdi Kanu? They're holding him because Simon Ekpa, they're watching the work of Simon Ekpa to see if they can float someone who becomes a substitute to Nnamdi Kanu so that they can get rid of Nnamdi Kanu. So they let him win. I gave everything to buttress Simon Ekpa to become a winner. And the only thing about you guys have to understand, the intelligence. Our people, the intelligence, but in the mocking water. You will have to expect it. All saboteurs. And they are there. They are fighting. They are making money on it. But you guys are not giving up. Look at where I was here watching. I give you an instance. Mazi chief dozier. Nona phone, nona online. Those Nigerian women, the very first communication they had, I said, how from America. They were able to do a video interview with Mazi Chike Doziem. It got to a point that there were these women with a white turban on their head. I stayed here and I read it. I said, oh my God, Biafra is gone. Not that it's gone, that there will be no Biafra. They will shock you people the way to the extent that you might think that Biafra is gone. So Chike doesn't answer. There was one question this woman, they kept on asking, we want you to fire that your secretary in Houston. Just declare that she is fired right now. If you can do that, Chike doesn't just breathe it out and say, I did not hire that person. I can't fire that person. And I'm sorry, I don't think I'm going to do it. He destroyed them. But I couldn't call anyone. We don't have people who can, I don't know if you have, where we can call in, who will I talk to. So I'm watching and people are doing the right thing. And the woman Anna Bonelli, they got, that was where the 600 million plus our own money, which she ran into. So they started attacking Nneanya. But sometimes we became accessories to their plans, because of course they will succeed somehow. All of us started, many people started accusing Nneanya. I saw this guy who,
sorry, I don't mean to cut you. Let me bring in this one, because I'm looking at the time, because Mazi Jonathan might have one or two questions to ask you. So let me, because again, we may have other, so try to
No, can you let me down with this statement I'm making now? I'll do it in the one. So he jumped from Nneanya, then they went out there, and they started, this woman was able to get machine gun at my age. I can still shoot it. Thank you.
Okay, to conclude, from my side, Mazi, quickly, one or two things I'm taking home today, powerfully for me, are these. One, the story you told about what happened to your place, your area, Ndoki, right? That's what. Yes. The activities of the Nigerian army. Why am I making this argument? What happened from what you're saying? Even you restated it again. People from that side are not really excited about the Biafran project we're in now. And at the same time, they're not against it. So they're in a state of aloofness. And that is why we must have to find a way to activate them, engage them, so that they can be our eyes, because that place is porous. Why is it important? Because what the Nigerians did, according to the story you just told us today, smartly by Masanja, I must give it to him, they overran the people and they used them as their eye, as their human intelligence, even though it played to our own way. Because that was how, because I remember Mazi asked you several times, where did they know that you were working for Biafra as a buff guy? They couldn't know, because the area, that community was overrun. So you didn't know who was who. So, but Nigeria used an advantage to gain access to come into Biafran land to defeat us. Now, why is it important to me? If we pay attention, this is the same game plan they're playing, the headers, Fulani headers. Because this is exactly how they overran Zamfara. What happened to Zamfara is the same thing. They continue to attack the communities of Zamfara, continue to attack them until when they were able to subdue them. What has happened now that you have these terrorists embedded among the Zamfaran people? From there now, they are launching all offensives. So those people in Zamfara now, just like what happened to the Ndoki people, some of them are saboteurs, not intentionally. They are human intelligence, not intentionally. Both for Nigerian government, using them to get intelligence to their surrounding community. Now, let me move it forward. I can bet myself that this is what I'm seeing happening to Ihamufu. That's where I'm going. And that is why I will call on our people. I will call on our people like Mazi. They want more with all, we have to support him with every effort. We must defend places like Ihamufu. That's the same strategy they're trying to do. Because all these border towns, that's what they want to do. If they can subdue and subjugate Ihamufu right now, people there now, some of them will voluntarily and involuntarily become saboteurs, and from there, these headers can begin to launch offensive attack to other parts of Biafra. I'm going to rest for here now. This is the main thing I'm taking away from this discussion and some other things we brought in. And I must take
I need to let you know, my sister, that from my own observation, the Ndoki people are not in Biafra sabotage. But the thing is, where they come from, the forest they have, that even the Biafra but also even Nigeria ji bịa through Umuabai, Afam, Obete, all those interior water areas, and that was how they come. I say they are going to come again through there. And if they do, they will capture Aba in 10 minutes through Hanku Road.
Yes.
They will not even go through Port Harcourt Road.
Yes.
So the only talking on now that when I am bold to, then many people will not be bold enough to go to Emuche, because my story will not be good if I don't say where the base where Obasanjo started his people, where that people that helped him. Ndoki generally, I'm not going to tell you now name when Saboteur is not Ndoki.
No, that's not what Mazi, that's not what I'm trying to hold on to my Deborah. What I was saying is that the role. Sorry, please.
Ndoki people, if they are saboteurs, I'll tell you who the hell are Ndoki people.
I never said that, please.
Okay, good. What I'm trying to tell you is
that because they were overrun, because they were overrun during the Nigerian war, they were overrun. It became a fermenting ground where Nigerian soldiers were staying. People like Obasanjo, they were staying there. And then, even though they did not capture them, but they overran them, they were able to live there, and they were able from there to collect intelligence. Just like the guy you were talking about, that dated your auntie. I don't think that not necessarily he volunteered to be a saboteur, but because the environment was toxic for him to do otherwise. I'm not making excuses for him. When you have a community just like Zamfara, that's why I referred to Zamfara, they're overwhelmed by the terrorists. Nigerian government is not helping them. They will capitulate. Some of them will capitulate, not voluntarily, but involuntarily, to begin to be used as intelligence. So that's why I'm calling that we must protect our border towns like Yamaha. That's what they're trying to do now, to subjugate and subjugate the people of Yamaha. Because we look at what is happening. The Azes, the chiefs, the people that are supposed to help them are not helping them. The Nigerian government is not protecting them. The governors are
a village the next to Asumini on the other corner that the river also spreads to, and also from my village it could. But this river, within the Nigerian smuggle since immemorial. If you have ever drank any whiskey in Igbo land, if you have ever had good drugs, it comes from a place that is 5 minutes from my village. It's called Obaku. Obeaku. It's a village. So that is the root. Mandi Indian Dokian as strong as a regular Igbo people. I make and them Bambi. Which is true, I told you people. So in the bend on that or whatever, now be at night, now I got through that route, from Fernando Po. So that route, where they take an Nnamdi Kanu. So after they had it, news, but it's already been on the public airways. So mostly we're there. Only we can speak like them. And so what I'm saying is they are too relaxed, and you will not be. They are not offensive. You can't hear someone asking, no, they're so relaxed. So what I'm saying is for the benefit of defense of Biafra. Now again, and it's good for Nigerian people to listen because they listen to what we say. We have to understand that. Let them know that we know that when they are coming next, so I want to hammer and I want to now watch those areas. Matter that this is where they're gonna come. On Akwa Ibom. Oh, na Azumiri Akwa Ibom. You do only about 3 feet. You got Kanafun before you go on Monta. That is our boundary. You got into 2. That river cut into 2. And then on the other side, Afam powerhouse, Arolanke River State. Obete, Ebago, my name won't have my great grandfather. Oh, no, that place is rivers now. Okoloma, Omabai, they're all rivers. But they will come in from there again. There is no gainsaying. We cannot bam. It's not Wike. Wike says he's going to fight you back. That's where he's coming from. Nowhere else. He's not going to ride on Port Harcourt Aba Road. No. So all you to know that that's a little caveat which your question demands.
Thank you. Okay, Mazi, Jonathan, I mean, you can take over from here. I think I've got one of what the major questions are. If we have to do it again, I'll bring it more. Thank you.
Mazi,
Jonathan, are you still there?
Yes,
please,
I'm here. Yes. Sorry, I was talking, but my microphone was muted. I know. Yes. So I've been in another meeting till now that is going on. Please, that is it. So, Mazi Nnamdi, we are very happy to have you in this program, and we hope that we will have the second part. And I'm happy to hear your voice, and you continue the analysis you made concerning what you see us doing today, because it's not easy. Many people that are of your age that fought the the Biafra war, some of them were downcasted into capitulation, total capitulation. But here you are still fighting. And you made a very striking statement that even if you can even shoot machine gun, but we understand the enthusiasm. But we are in this generation in order to continue what you started. And we thank you. So I don't know, you can also make your closing remark so that we call it a day for another second part. Thank you.
Thank you. My remark would be, it's a challenge. As I'm talking now, I know that people in South America, I know that people in Europe, I know that all over, because anywhere you go, I was telling my daughter that anywhere you go and you don't see an Igbo man, pack up and leave. That place is not fertile, it's inconsequential, it's not a place to live. Nor the way to define an Igbo person. I use it to encourage her. She lives in Florida. And I keep on telling her what you come to do here. If she told me she ran into an Igbo girl, and they were talking, I say, yeah, that's anywhere you go, you don't see an Igbo. So walk away. All I'm saying to my people is to not betray their loyalty to Biafra. That's much of what I want to let them know. There's no age you are that you will not be a Biafran. So we will never forget where you come from, and that's a major thing. I would like to tell my people. to love Biafra and contribute to Biafra. Any penny you just don't dispense it for nothing. Send some to Biafra. Remember your parents, and that's the only way they are surviving. You know, I'm gonna Port Harcourt. I want you all to know that I have been captured. I've been a Nigerian captive again for the second time. This travel I went in October last year, but I went to Port Harcourt to extend my travel in March this year. I drove into Port Harcourt. I was kidnapped by Fulani and maybe or somewhere, I don't know where he came from. They stopped me, asked me to open my door. I opened. He went to the back of my seat with his gun, the one in the front, and pointed, asked me to be driving around Port Harcourt. I thought, now, I have a witness. His name is Mazi from America. He called me. We were on the telephone when I was a captive of Nigerians again. So some experience, many people will go through doing so much to get free. I'm not saying now we're genius, but there was a way I handled myself for 6 hours everywhere home. I said, pack here. What they intended to do, I invoked everything I could use. To say, I want to back and down again, but I was let go. I spent only 10,000 naira. I put my hand anywhere you go. Put 10,000 naira in your pocket. And do you know where he was sitting? His feet were stepping on a bag I left on the floor there. All over 270 something thousand naira on him. I would have given it when he came to that, but I didn't give him. I held myself until I only coughed up to 10,000 naira, and they let me go. So whatever I said got me. So you all should be resourceful, and whatever we remember again to say. As I'm talking now, I've forgotten many things, but I didn't forget the story of Biafra. My phone is 24 hours by my bed, and I'm listening to what you guys are doing. And you're all doing well. But there is only one problem we have. All these are autopilots. And after hearing my voice, and many of you will not come out of it, there is no need. A guy went and formed a parallel army. A guy, Simon Epa, went and formed his own commander, called Commander Orji, General Orji. So all he wants is he's been promised. And he doesn't know how to wiggle himself out again. By listening to him recently, he's trying to find a way. There's no alibi for him. So you guys should please, this autopilot thing, just listen to me. Don't think I'm stupid. Because so many people who are writing and making comments, and I have seen English, one line, I thank God for you. God, we love you. That's all you say? If that's all you're going to see online everywhere. And there are 3 people you have to watch out for. Watch out for this lady, Anna Olinda. And watch out for this Progress. What is her name again? Nohani Germany. And watch out for which other? There are 3. They are posting Samuel Epa. Those people will suffer more than Simon Epa is suffering. And you people should watch out. And be intelligent enough to know how that we will get it. Nigeria knows it. So thank you all very much. There are so many things I always imagined I would like to say, but I've forgotten a bunch of them now. So next time, if there's anything, you people have time. But I want one thing, it's a challenge. I'm giving Biafrans a challenge. That they will, whatever you hear from me now, we have seasoned journalists, we have writers, put them together. And make sure that it is pushed into the mouth of Obasanjo. Because if you don't have Obasanjo listen to these comments, you have not. I have wasted my time. I have wasted my time. If you all can do all the things you can do, some of you can walk on water, and you cannot put all this in concise where Obasanjo would make a comment and say yes, no, okay, hear me. He won't deny it. So if you can do that and you're waiting for a group to do it for you, one more person can do it. And that's why I am still sitting here. I'm not wasting my time. If you don't know why, I'm not addressing you so you can sit on your couch and listen to a story about Biafra Civil War. I just want to let you know that this is another dimension. It's probably the last passage, the last chapter that you have found out how you lost the war. You don't no gainsaying, and that is the truth. So thank you all very much.
Thank you, Mazi. We take your time we spend with you today. Very, very it's important your time, considering I know personally after speaking with you, it's a value time. So we highly appreciate it, and we're going to definitely make sure that we get into the media spectrum where Obasanjo will be forced to hear some of it. Yes. And another thing I take from it in conclusion is that another thing I learned is that which in a way, whether you knew it, but when you said it, that when you made that statement that there was a stalemate, that area where you were, even though once in a while there were sporadic shootings, but the time was a stalemate. And being that the military, especially from the Nigerian part, they didn't know what we got. They thought highly about us. They were exhausted until Obasanjo made those trips. So that's an encouragement for somebody like me. And there's something I'm going to discuss. In fact, tomorrow I have a program coming up. I'm going to interject it somehow, reference my our interview with you. What you told us that we must be resilient, because from what is happening now, some of us are beginning to think that get that fatigue of thinking that we're not doing a great job. That was why I asked you that question. What do you think? How do you think we're doing? So I'm going to let us know. We're going to fire ourselves up to know that even though we might feel fatigued or feel tired or feel frustrated, our enemies are even maybe weaker than us. And that's why we must forge on that, because we might be at the brink of crossing that bridge that is too far. Thank you so much, Mazi, and I yield.
Lady, thank you so much. When you go to Ikote, like I told you, there was a stalemate in what you used. They knew that it's a mutual annihilation. How do you, if you're a soldier or you're an officer, you should be able to know the strength of the soldier in front of you. We especially whenever you hear a machine gun sound here and a machine gun sound over, you use machine guns to dictate the population, because a machine gun is not where 10 people in a row on the side. So we had what they had. We were no more at a time when we couldn't repel them. They were scared to come to fight us. So if Obasanjo, all these things Obasanjo, when I read it in one of the things he wrote, he sent 13 brigades to Ikorekmene and went to what other villages he named. He didn't send anything, but he got all the support he needed from Nigeria. And he will not tell them that he did not shoot a gun, because the Fulanis will think. He told them he fought a fierce, gruesome war to end the war. It's a lie. There are lies in the military. And so that was what he used to gain his own fame. The money he can use to survive. That was how he made his money. So we can never be afraid. Don't second guess your enemy as a tough person. They ain't nothing. They have nothing. In fact, I see these people now cowards, serious ones. Each one has a hajj. And how much they try. It's not Fulani. I've never seen cowards in my life than Fulanis. I've seen a job. One person, they were two weapons, two people, and I control Hausa. This is the most shameful thing that ever happened to. You cannot see a group of Fulanis you just stay at one corner and dispossess them of what they have if you don't want to kill them. And if you want to kill their cows or cattle, you kill all of them. So why would we be afraid of Fulani? I sit here to see the Fulani when during the war. So people should not capitulate. People should not be despondent. And that's my remark for now. So thank you all.
Thank you, Mazi, and have a good night. Enjoy the rest of your evening from me here. And I believe, Mazi Jonathan, if you're still listening, I think we're done.
Thank you very much, Madam Wada, Marianti, Heather, and Mazi. Mazi Nnamdi, you are one of our living libraries, and we encourage all other Biafran war veterans in order to come up, because we need your accounts, your experience, personal accounts and experience, in order to guide us, to let people like us, people that didn't go through the bitter experience you went through, to come up. You can make contacts on Radio Biafra, because this is our rallying point. Thank you, Mazi, and thank you, Wata. There were. We are waiting for the second part. Thank you. Thank you. From me, from here, from us all, from here, it is simply good evening. Good evening. Good evening.
Yeah.